the Instagrams, and I have to press the go lives over there. Go live. All right. Elliot.
Yes, sir.
We're live.
Woo! Yeah.
We're live on YouTube and X and Instagram all at the same time.
Word.
Oh, bro. Oh, you didn't see
What didn't see what?
the page. Remember the script?
No. Oh yeah. Oh my gosh, that's scary.
I did it.
That looks good. I've never seen you draw something creepy like this.
Creepy.
I love it. Yeah, that's awesome. Yes, sir.
All right, and then the next page is
How do I get my own theme song?
look, AI.
Nobody's business. Oh yeah, look at that. That's not creepy at all.
It's not supposed to be down the hill.
I know. It's good.
Hey, what's up, Brandon and Zealot? Welcome to the chill draw hangout streaming thingy.
Yeah, I like it. It look good.
And on the hill.
Oh, that looks like fun. Oh, jeez.
And then
We're just two kids hanging out on the hill.
brothers.
Ah,
Hey, the brothers, you know,
we're two brothers hanging out on the hill.
just chillaxing, doing on a little bit of that hill grass there.
This is
Sitting in the long grass in summer, keeping warm.
like they were in period clothes, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh,
1918 era clothing. No, wait.
happy.
No, it'd be earlier than that.
Yeah, it looks like something out of like that music.
All right.
No, it's cool. It's just,
I'm
it's
gonna
so
put on the
80s.
map.
No, it's good. You turned your name into a ballad.
I didn't do it. Someone else did it and posted it in the Discord, and I just downloaded it.
Defending truth. Look at you.
Fine, I'll just turn the music off.
No, it's fun. It's fun. I like it. Don't turn it off. I'd be
All
upset.
right, let me get to the page after this, which is right there.
Uh-oh. Okay. Look at that. Dang, boy. It's looking good, dog.
Oh, that's all I need for pencils, and I'll just take it from there.
Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, I like how you do. You do a lot of your drawing with the ink.
No point in doing it twice, right?
Yeah, well, it's true.
Am I right? Or am I right? Am I right?
I like the as you zoomed in, the music got louder about the
What?
something Micah Miller.
Something
Micah Miller.
in the way he draws. He throws lines like no other inker.
Those eyes like a ninja. Micah Miller.
Did you hear about the ninja swords?
No.
Oh, hello, Devontae Edwards and Common Kaiser. Looking great. Rocket Red Countdown Lift Off Cadillac Jack. Hello. Is somebody getting erased from history? No. So he's. You know what? You know, it's super weird. There's a thing out there called the telepathy tapes. Have you heard about this?
No.
Okay. This is a very long thing. I just caught on to it. Ian Carroll did a video a couple days ago on the telepathy tapes. And it's this thing about how these autistic, not just kids, but autistic people who are nonverbal,
Okay.
they're freaking telepathic. Which, right off the bat, you're going to scrunch your little brow and be like, what the hell are you talking about?
That's what I did, and I thought that, yeah.
Right. And so either this entire series is a full-on just psyop where they just happen to hire Oscar-worthy actors for everything and write the most natural speaking scripts like ever. Or this crap's for reals.
Huh.
And these I have a whole secondary layer to the conspiracy theory that I have of my own thinking.
Okay.
But yeah, so like these nonverbal autists, there's a thing called spelling, or they're called spellers because some people have discovered that if you can get them to connect to here's the thing with autism, with that level of autism, they don't, it's like their spirit and their body isn't connected. It's like it's not in sync. So like one of the things that one of these autistic guys said is that he didn't even realize he had a body. Okay, by the way, the way they're I'll just jump to the front of this line. The way they communicate is they'll give them boards with the letters on it, and they can basically type out sentences. And by sentence, I don't mean it's like, you know, people are always educating these guys like they're you know, in kindergarten, you know, like, oh look, colors and trees, and can you point out which one is the dog and stuff like that.
Right.
But they're not stupid. In fact, they're
high level genius levels.
High level genius stuff. Like, yeah, and that's another part of the weird thing. You know, some of these guys, they have skills that are inexplicable, right? I mean, you've known this. This is the autistic thing. People are like, oh, this guy's a genius painter or a genius musician or whatever you say. You call him autistic. Well, back in the old days, we used to just say they were autistic, right? Because it was like, because these guys can like sit down on the piano for the first time and play Chopin, right? Mm-hmm. And it's like, well, first of all, how are you playing Chopin? It's not only how do you know how to, you know, do the keyboards, but how do you know Chopin? How do you know, you know, all this stuff? And it's just crazy because they like one of the examples is this guy. He was like 20 years old, and his mom was on the verge of just giving up. Actually, I think he was in high school at the time, like 17, 18 years old. And she was on the verge of giving up. Like, she'd like been taking care of this kid for 17, 18 years, whatever. And just was at this point of realization that she's going to be having to take care of someone like he's a toddler for the rest of his life. And this was the real spastic dude. Like, you know, like he never sat still. He's running around. He would scream, do all this kind of stuff. And like, as she's sitting on her bed or her couch or whatever, just feeling like this overwhelming dread of the future, he comes out and he sits next to her and he holds her hand and he looks in her eyes for the first time in his life and says, "I love you." And she's like, what the hell just happened? Because like none of that has ever happened before.
Right.
Right. So apparently one of the things about autistic people is they can sit still, you know, like these guys that are like the like my JoJo does this, where he's just like pretty much constantly moving and stuff, but he's not autistic. But it is a trait of that of the nonverbal in some cases. But they can control their body, but to them it's like exerting. It'd be like me trying to, do 10 reps with 200 pounds. It's like I can do it, but it's like a lot of effort. And so he made that effort to sit quietly with his mom in order to let her know that he's there, right? And so they start doing this thing called spelling. They call them spellers because they can type out all their stuff. And like this one guy they were talking to, he starts typing out like the Declaration of Independence, or the Constitution, or the Gettysburg Address, like word for word, right? And they're like, all we've ever done is sit you in front of the, well, first of all they ever taught you at school is apple red, banana yellow.
Yeah.
And we've never shown you anything at home. Like, we never read this to you. Where did you get this? And he like doesn't say. He just says internet, as if it's like, okay, we know you haven't been on the internet. So he's like, he doesn't want to say where he's getting it, but he's oh gosh, this gets so deep.
Wait,
so there's
reminds me of a movie.
The telepathy thing is just like the beginning, right? They actually and this is why it reminded me of this story. They can talk to each other from around the world.
What?
And not only do they talk to each other from around the world, they have a place they go that's like the spirit realm. That's like, what's it called in one professor, astral plane.
Okay.
Right? And they go to a place and they call it the Hill. And it's where they all go and they talk to each other. They are friends with each other. Well, they don't talk. They telepathy each other. Right? It's like thoughts for thoughts. It's not words for words. And they communicate this way, and they learn from each other, and they encourage each other. They pray for each other because they're all extremely, like, they talk to angels and God. And so they okay, so this is where it goes down my little more tinfoil hat. Roaring Steel Media says autists are the next stage of human evolution. The greatest Marvel hero is Rain Man. Gambit taught him how to count cards. What's up, Roaring Steel? Hey, yo, Plungecast. All right, and so reminds me of a movie about a lady and a dude across several states.
Now, they touched on this whole thing or something similar in that movie. I think it's in that movie, The Accountant.
Oh, I never saw it.
Never saw that?
Were they doing like remote viewing?
No, it's he's a hitman, but he's
right.
autistic. But there's I think it's that one. I think I saw that in that.
Is that with Ben Affleck?
Yeah, it was really good. But it's been a while since I've seen it. I wonder if there was the scene that I'm thinking about, that there were other. Yeah. Because I don't want to give anything away. So, if you guys don't want it spoiled, close your ears for about 5 seconds. Yeah, he gets a call from someone, like a someone that gives him information, but the person's autistic. There are other autistic people that are. I think it's that. Is that the movie I'm thinking about? It's in the movie. That's pretty interesting. Huh. Well,
No, let me get to the tinfoil part.
Oh yeah. The more tinfoil, the better.
So she never wants to mention the injections that have been widely known to cause autism.
Who's she?
The one that did all this research on for the telepathy tapes.
Okay.
I think she didn't. I don't know why she wouldn't want to make that connection. I don't know. Maybe she's a liberal. I have no idea. But the Ian Carroll. Do you know who Ian Carroll is?
No.
He's a YouTuber, but he went through and found all of these people. So these are all real people because he did the background research on it, and he found all these people and looked in their backgrounds, and every one of the people who can do this that they mentioned in the thing, they got their autism through the vaccine.
The recent one?
No.
Oh.
You know how they've upped us to like 70 vaccinations for our kids before they're 2 years old? Yeah. So all of the ones that have this ability to, let's say, transverse the veil and meet up in a spiritual landscape have. And then the reason I thought of this because he was making the connection that what happened around 1980 when they started upping, when all these, vaccines started getting promoted all the time and all that stuff. And he was trying to cross it into, because I don't think he's a believer, but he was trying to cross it into the UFO stuff and how the UFOs, the technology of the UFOs is controlled through telepathy, and it's something that mankind hasn't figured out how to do yet. And so he was where my brain went right away is that if the beings that were controlling these crafts are in fact Nephilim, that would mean they would have the genetic, however you want to phrase the genetics of that, in order to be able to utilize telepathy in order to transverse.
Are you saying that they're giving people Nephilim DNA as a vaccine?
You jumped right to it too.
Huh.
Which that's the weird part, because when it really hits somebody like this, I was saying like I said, that one guy said he didn't know he had a body. He knew his spirit, and he was fully intelligent and could learn and grow, and he talked to other people, on the hill, which is like the astral plane, whatever, and he had friends. And that was another weird thing. It's like, well, I'll get into that. But the what some of these people have to do to get people to recognize their body is they have to. You ever heard the phrase "pinch me, I am dreaming"?
Yeah.
Right, because you want to get pinched, so because if you feel pain, you're not dreaming.
Right.
Well, what connects these guys when they're in this, they're almost always just in their spirit, right, is when someone holds them. It's like if it somehow or another, the reality of their body being held or squeezed or whatever, it grounds them to a location where their body is. This is really weird.
Is that why a lot of times autistic people don't want to be touched?
I don't know.
Because that's usually a thing. Like they don't like to be touched, or that's why they don't make eye contact a lot of times.
Maybe.
Huh.
But one of the guys said that's why they flail their arms and do this stuff. It's because they're trying to recognize where their body is. It's like it's not like you and me where we're very cognizant of like where my hand is. It's like I don't have to be moving it to know where it is, right?
Hmm.
But it's like it needs more of a grounding, a more of a physical, I don't know, whatever stimulus
Hmm.
for them to recognize where their body is because they're so in their spirit. Hey, it's Micah Baron, or is it Jeff?
Dark Admiral March is here.
What's up, Dark Admiral March? I think it might be The Secret Life of Walter Mitty, or another. I just can't recall the name. I like
No.
that movie.
The movie I'm talking about, it definitely, I think it is that one because he would get phone calls from a voice, and then it was another autistic person that it was actually like in somebody else's home, and they would like get hold of a phone and they would talk different, and then they go back to the phone and they would keep flailing, and I was like, oh, cool, yeah, you got to check that out. It's a better movie than it has a Punisher in there. What's his name? Sean.
Thomas J?
Huh?
Thomas J? John Byrne.
No, the guy from Walking Dead. To play the
John
Punisher.
Byrne.
Yeah. He's in it.
Is that the new Halo 2 game? Plungecast says, ooh, I found it. It's called In Your Eyes. Interesting. Yeah, so I made that connection to the Nephilim thing because how else, I mean, that just makes a lot of sense because in Scripture, what does it say the end times will be like?
Like in the days of Noah?
What was in the days of Noah? The human genome was being corrupted by Nephilim.
Yeah. Again, I'm not sure I buy into Nephilim that way, but I'm not 1,000% on it. But I'm growing in it. I'm starting to.
Well, this is just a little piece of
that. But that's what we're assuming, right? Because of all that.
Yeah. Like that would make a lot of sense because they've been pumping a whole lot of the human genome up with Nephilim DNA, if that's the case. But that's the thing. It's like that also would explain, like, if you have, I wouldn't know how to categorize it, but you can, for sake of science, we can call it DNA.
Mm-hmm.
But if you have the DNA of an angelic crossbreed, you might be able to have that, spiritual ability. First of all, for telepathy, but second of all, for clairvoyance, for ESP, for
all that stuff that you hear about in a more less than diabolical context. Sure.
Yeah, and it's obviously the diabolical part was that the government would have been working with the pharmaceutical companies in order to try to get to a point where we could breed humans who can use this technology. That's where he was going with it. I just jumped all the way to Nephilim because I'm like, in the days of Noah, like in the days of Noah, it just tripped. I don't know. That started making way too much sense to me.
Well, guys, the next Blacklist Universe comic.
Well, that's the funny thing. Where are these? Okay, so he's dead right now for a moment, and he's visiting he's in that state in Lone Star, which I drew this. I wrote this how long ago?
Yeah, at least
right?
a few years. Yeah.
And where are they? He's talking to his dead brother.
Yeah.
They're on the hill. And I'm like, what the heck? And how weird is it that I'm getting to this page just as I'm learning about this stuff? Bro, what the heck? Tripping me out, man.
I see where we're going here. Flintcast says, way back in 2007, I wrote down an outline for a story that was about caveman dreamscapes. This discussion kind of reminds me of that.
Caveman dreamscapes.
I was just listening to someone discussing Atlantis. And if all that is accurate or true or whatever. And a conversation, who was I listening to? We were referencing that the Younger Dryas theory and all that stuff. Oh, I know it was. It was some guy who's working now with Titan doing the Conan books. But he was saying that they were just talking about the overall discussion about that time where there may have been some sort of second ice age, that might be, which would be the Younger Dryas period, if coinciding with that same time, that may be where what do you call it, that awesome song is interrupting my thinking. Every time I'm trying to say something, it's like it gets louder. It's like it doesn't stop getting but anyway, yeah, so some of that stuff that I'm listening to now is it was just that we're talking about, because the guy's an archaeologist, one of the guys that's writing stories for that. And anyway, they talked about some of that. What was he saying about that it had a I think it just got me thinking about some of the other things, like how after that you end up having, you know, the then I started thinking about the recent news about the pyramids and the conversation that they might have found that city underneath, and for all we know, or it's just all AI. Can AI trick us into that?
You never know these days.
Did you hear about the AI thing that they found, that that soundbite from JD Vance turns out was actually AI?
What soundbite?
Some soundbite where he was supposedly criticizing Elon Musk.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that they ran it through to some experts and they were listening to it. They're like, yeah, but they're saying how long before? What they're saying now is that pretty soon you won't be able to admit sound bites into court cases, because you won't be able to know if they're AI or not. Or
they won't have a way to figure it out.
They won't. They don't think so.
Really?
There's no way for them. I'm telling you, AI is evil. I told you this, but you don't listen to me.
It's very helpful.
It's helpful for the devil. It's helpful to make songs about how awesome Mike Miller is.
Mike is Miller.
Yeah, but anyway, back to this Atlantis thing. I'm on board for some. I mean, not Atlantis, the autistic thing. I mean, I've always said that. I've always felt that being a creative person puts you kind of in an interesting connection to the divine. I've always thought that we're experiencing something unique when we are being creative, but it also kind of it's also not that weird that a lot of artists tend to be in that stream of thinking, and that, you know, some of us are kind of, you know, connecting. We're a little weird. Let's put it that way. And maybe that's part of it.
I'm down.
But I'm a little worried about this spectral realm, though, or whatever. That's what a lot of people criticize the New Age movement for, some weirdness there.
Well, they don't. I'm trying to remember how they described it. It's not like a physical place. But but it is a place where I don't even know if it's a place. I don't know. They just call it the Hill, and they all gather there.
Now, this is also ties
Like
into some of the stuff,
thousands of them.
all that stuff that they were doing where they were trying to remember that conversation. Oh, I don't know if you remember this. I heard it on Joe Rogan, but they were talking to that guy that wrote that book about the CIA's involvement with who's the famous killer that murdered the Sharon Tate.
Oh, yeah, I know who you mean.
Yeah, I can't remember his name now. But anyway,
Charlie Manson.
Yeah, that he was in some sort of drug induced thing, and they're saying that a lot of that stuff comes from what if in the end that's what this has all been about, all these secret experiments. Maybe that's what Hitler was looking for, all that kind of stuff, trying to control. That's what supposedly was the deal with what he was doing in the trying to find all those Jewish artifacts, was trying to find means of controlling Jewish people and their thinking, at least from a philosophical place. Like that's why it was supposedly he really was looking for the Ark of the Covenant. Did you hear that they think that they found the Ark of the Covenant?
I saw something on that, but that was old news.
I don't know. I just heard it. I just saw it.
I know, but there's like the people in the comment section were talking about how this is 25 years ago.
Was it that?
And they did that through remote viewing, and they just said that they said it was in the Middle East. They didn't have a direct location.
I didn't get to all of it yet. I didn't get to listen to it, but I'm just saying, man, at the end of the day, even what you're saying, it sounds very interesting, because it gives a lot of reasons why would CIA assets be trying to put this stuff into people, and them trying to use this different drugs and ways of going into other realms. So guys like Joe Rogan will call it something to do with alien stuff and other dimensional beings. But what if in the end all that was just shorthand for Nephilim? What if in the end? So at least makes good stories. But it could be that all
As
along.
in the days of Noah. What else? How else? That's what I've always thought, is that as in the days of Noah was something about corrupting the gene pool. And this just kind of dropped in like a Lego brick.
You always thought that?
Mm-hmm.
I had no idea what that would be. But
Really? I grew up, or I didn't grow up, but I came to faith with Chuck Missler teachings. So it's like he's like, that's been something he's been saying since like the 90s, or at least.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. Who's that other guy that just passed away not too long ago? Hiram Heisler. Is that his name?
Heisler? Oh, Mike Heisler.
Yeah, supposedly he believed in some of that stuff too.
Yeah. I'm not a huge fan of his, because I'm not a whatever. I don't listen to a lot of his stuff, but I know
he's dead now, so don't worry about it.
Yeah.
He'll be fine. He won't be hurt. I'm not hurt either. I don't know. I've only heard of him a little bit.
You heard it straight from Mike's mouth. He didn't grow up. Thank you, Dark Admiral. People who astral project talk to believe beings they've just met. Honor thy mother and father, and don't talk to strangers. Oh yeah, that was one of the weird things. So one of the things that these guys would, like, whenever you're in a family and you discover that your kid can freaking read your mind, you're not out there on Facebook telling people you now believe in telepathy.
Right.
Yeah. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But they do have this.
Well, maybe if you live in Florida,
secret society of people who know each other, because like when your son, is his best friends or people on the other side of the country who they had never met, but they hang out on the hill together. And then when they figure out that they can communicate, they're like, one of them's like, "Hey, my best friend's name is Austin, and he lives in, the city." And then the mothers end up contacting each other because their sons are telepathic best friends. It's these kind of relationships that it's like, man, this is crazy stuff.
I wonder. So we've had people, kids in particular, but people with Down syndrome,
Mm-hmm.
and a lot of people have commented that may have been a connection to some of these vaccines as well.
Mm.
I wonder if they're just been perfecting it all this time. Because when you talk about those kids, those people, because there's adults, so also they're usually they're super nice, kind. There's always a conversation about how they seem to have a connection to spiritual things like that too. I wonder,
Oh my gosh, you remember the seventh sign?
Yeah, not very well.
Who is the kid that could talk to God?
I don't know.
He was the Down syndrome kid.
Oh, yeah. That would explain a lot, man. All this stuff that we say, like, why are these people trying to control other people? What's up with this one world government stuff? All this. In the end, that's them trying to duplicate something. That's their. Someone called it this week. That's the new Tower of Babel. And I was like, huh? Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah, that it led me kind of speaking on that term. Listening to this kind of led me to a little bit more insight into the Bible, because like you know how it's hard to translate from one language to the other. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Well, one of the they call it the what do they call it when an autistic person just has a crazy like gift, or, like being savant. These savant skills. So these autistic people tend to have these incredible savant skills. Like I said, they're learning stuff somewhere that is inexplicable, right? Sit down at a piano and start playing Mozart or Chopin, having never had a lesson.
Is that what it boils down to? That they've never had a lesson? That's what it means to be a savant?
Yeah.
That they're just able to do it,
quote unquote, naturally. Baloney. There's no such thing. But right, one of them is one of the savant skills is these kids who've never learned it will speak multiple languages.
What?
Yeah. There was one kid in the show. I think she spoke like 6 different languages: Japanese, Arabic, Hebrew, English.
Where did you watch this at?
It's called the Telepathy Tapes. It's on. If you want to watch the thing that launched me into it, Ian Carroll did a video on the Telepathy Tapes, and then he's like, you should go watch it yourself. Be open-minded. Come to your own conclusions. And I'm like, it's pretty freaking crazy. But yeah, so my point, the gift of tongues. I mean, that's one way to put it, right? They have that's one of those things. Sorry, I'm drawing and trying to think at the same time.
Yeah, but that would imply that all the disciples were autistic.
Or they were tapping into a spiritual reality that normal people can't.
Well, that I do think was what it was.
Right.
Yeah, but that was not on their own. I think it wasn't by something. That was because that was the Holy Spirit doing it. That is
right. Right.
Yeah, I see.
Right.
So that kind of ties into some weird stuff that I have theories about, but I've shared some of those I think in the past with you. But I don't. I have a strong suspicion that we are not. When we talk about body, mind, and soul, spirit,
Hmm.
I think it's all in the mind. I think the mind is the case for it.
But
It
but the mind is not the brain.
it's not. No, the brain is just the compartment for it.
Right.
I think what we're experiencing in our mind is something transcendent, but we're limiting ourselves. I don't know. I mean, I speculate about those type of things from time to time, just because I'm like, how do you explain all this weird stuff? How do you explain, all the weird, what used to be conspiracies? Now they're
Hmm.
all, that's the crazy thing. Like some people will listen to this conversation, and go, listen to these wackos, right? But I'm like, you remember when Bilderberg Group was a conspiracy,
Hmm.
and all that stuff was all like, come on, guys, you're ridiculous. Like now it's like,
Hmm.
yeah, well, guess what? So much of it is true, and yet, it's like I was listening to this guy talk about. Did you watch any of that interview? I only saw a report about it. The interview with Elon Musk and all those guys from Doge talking to Brett Baer.
Uh-uh.
So they're talking about what they're doing, like how old the computer system is at the IRS at almost all the Social Security offices. They had like something like, I think there was 71 different chief information officers in the IRS or in the Social Security, because they have different ITs that their systems don't talk to each other. And so you have to ask, like, why are these things happening? Why such inefficiency? Why are they so protective? And then you start thinking about, maybe this is the kind of stuff that some of him who shall not be named, Alex Jones, was like talking about with all this stuff, and how they've all been kind of, you know, putting in there's all these slush funds for different programs, like the idea that there's all these people who are over 120 or 125 years
Yeah.
old collecting. So where does that money go? It's not
Right.
going into a bank account and just staying there. It's getting used. And the thing is, I the older I get, the more I want to keep watching X-Files, because I'm like, you know what? Remember I told you that a couple years ago? I was like, man, X-Files is the most
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
topical thing ever now. It's more topical than I've ever thought. And here we are, with all this other stuff.
Well, I was ahead of the game. I was watching Art Bell back then, so
Yeah. Well, I was
I
always
was
into it.
listening to it.
I was into it. I was all in search of back. I was further back. How about that?
In search of, was that the one with Leonard Nimoy?
It sure was.
Let's go. I was there. Don't even start. Don't even front.
That's where I learned all about Dracula. It's like, that's the real story of.
I've always been into this stuff. If I wasn't, see, that's a mark of a curious mind.
Of course. It's also practically the scientific method. And that's the thing. You're supposed to try to debunk it. And the problem is no one could ever debunk it, but they just made us seem like we were crazy. And now I'm like, maybe we're not so crazy. Now then here comes RFK, and he's like, hey, something's going on with the da 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 da. Like, yeah, maybe he's right. Like all of a sudden, and we're all saying it, all of a sudden everybody has cancer. All of a sudden, everybody's got. Some people say, oh, well, that's because we didn't detect it before. Nah, man. People were living long lives, eating cholesterol and all kinds of stuff. Look at you and your diet, right? I'm the one that's walking around with a butt. Man, so here's what happened to me the other day. Slightly different topic. I wish I was more conspiracy theorist about that. I was walking around.
I've been trying to get you to be.
I know. It's just not that simple, Michael. I'm Puerto Rican.
It's literally that simple.
It's okay. I'll grant you, it is that simple, but not that easy. Because I got to overcome social indoctrination of my life and food habits and stuff that I got to overcome. Doesn't.
It was easy for me because I already don't trust doctors.
I don't trust nobody anymore. That's primarily your fault. But
Except you trust me.
I do trust you. I do. So I have been walking. I switched to a pair of shoes like the very early on in my stint here at a Famous Tate. And Comics Exposed gives you $5, Mike. Read that.
Grazie, Comics Exposed. Hello, Mike. Hello, Elliot. Are there updates for Doom Kicker Elliot? Nothing has been posted on the IGD for a long time. Hope it's still happening. I did want to actually mention that you should post I know you did the updates on Instagram.
Mm-hmm.
You're supposed to actually put one on.
I think they
on the Indiegogo.
I think they shut down that thing a while back, though. I gotta go back into that. Well, here's the deal.
You should still be able to get into it and do updates, though.
Okay, all right. Well, I haven't been able to work on anything in a while. I had to put a pause. I have a new job now, and so I'm just trying to make that work out for me and then keep it moving. So I'm hoping I can get back to it. And around summertime is when I'm planning on it. We're having a new system change at the place I work, and it's I just took a couple months to learn it. So yeah, I still have it it's still on my iPad every day. I just haven't had a chance to get to it, and I have had to do other things to make money to pay some of the bills, but I'll be getting back to that sooner than later. So it's just going to be a late book.
Don't worry, Elliot. I'm going to make sure Lone Star 3 is later.
No, I mean it's I don't enjoy that at all. I don't
either. I'm just messing.
Yeah, it's not fun for me at all that's been the case, but that is literally what's been going on with me, and it's just been a challenge ever since the beginning of the whole process. So, but I'm and you might be wondering, what am I doing here? Because Mike twisted my arm. No, I'm just kidding. No, because sometimes I need a break. That's what I've been doing lately. I've been working at this new job. I had to stop. I lost my job last September and was jobless for a while. And so all I've been trying to do is just make some money here and there where I can. So, yep, that's what
it's hard out there for a pimp.
It's hard. Yeah, and I'll tell you, and if anyone was to say, man, you're a loser, Elliot, I have to say you're right. I would totally agree with that. I wish I don't like being in this situation at all. So, but it is the truth. It is the reality of it. And, there you go. But, and then I got to ask the question, like, what's the point of commenting on that on Indiegogo? It's not gonna be a fruitful conversation. But
well, it doesn't have to be a conversation. It just has to be an update.
Well, true, but it's not going to be.
Look, I have to deal with it with Lone Star too, and I just you have to do something once in a while. Just give them an update on your life and just be like, this is why I haven't been able to work on it as much as I'd like to, and hopefully, in the next few weeks or months, my schedule will get to a point where I can do it again. Until then,
I'm pretty semi-retired. I don't. That's why for a while I've been putting appliance monger, because I instead of slinging pencils, I sling dishwashers now.
Yeah.
Oh well. Such is my life.
Hey man, we have seasons.
Yeah. Well,
right. You never know.
This is a dark season for sure. For art, at least. Otherwise, I'll have a job, for now. And then that was hard. I couldn't get a job at all anywhere. That's been.
Jimmy says, "Yeah, just let people know what's going on. That's better than leaving them in limbo." Dark Admiral says, "Prayers, Elliot, that you get back on track with everything, not just the book."
Appreciate that.
Jiminy sarcastically says, "Mike's a good friend." I think that's sarcastic. I'm not entirely sure. And Comics Exposed says, "I still want your God Sword, Mike." Well, God Sword is very, very backburnered. Someone else has actually used that idea, and that kind of cheesed me off to find out. But yeah, right now it's nobody's business.
He's being sincere about that. It's not, that's actually a book.
Yeah, it's the
That's
name
not
of
a,
it. Nobody's business. Nobody's.
So he Comics Exposed says, I don't think you're a loser at all, Elliot. Even if you had a completed 1 page a week, it'd be done by now and all of your. So what you don't understand is I still have other projects I'm trying to get done art wise along with my job. So like my whole schedule is completely filled up, everything. Today is like literally my only day off. Sunday is my day off when I do the church thing and I do some family stuff. But today is the only day. This is where I also do my appointments and everything like that, because now it's a regular job. I don't have a stay-at-home job anymore with a flexible schedule. But I know what you're trying to say. That's why I have to back burner it further, because I have to also catch up. Everything I've been doing has been just to pay bills. So unfortunately, doing a page a week, that's a good plan if I had enough money to cover all my debts for the next so many months. But it's going to take longer than that. So it is what it is, and for that, I am a fool. But it's just that's just the reality of the thing. So
Things. I mean, look, if everything always just worked out as hoped, never say as planned, because damn, that stuff never works. You'd have my books, and you'd have Elliot's books, and you'd have Ethan's books. It's just it just was not the ideal situation, and just freaking crap happens, and unfortunately that's just the reality. And
it's not and I don't even like to talk about it like that either, because I don't want to. I'm not passing the buck. Like it's on me to have had that situation happen.
Well, there's no, hold on. There's just a reality here. It's like you don't have the money that you got for that wasn't enough for you to take the time to just work on that and nothing else.
That's really what
that's
happened.
Just the reality of it. It's like, is that maybe our fault because we didn't put like, okay, I'm gonna need this much money, and if you don't pay it, then it's we did more or less unrealistic funding goals.
Yeah.
But at the same time, like particularly you, because the page count changed.
Yeah.
Which really made your funding goal way too low. And
where I landed was for a different book. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
But I at the time I wanted to still do it just the way I had promised to do it. After all, by committing to it, I wanted to do it that way. But the truth is, it's just, and at that time especially, when I finally started getting, I don't like talking about it, and I don't mind telling you the truth about it, but I just don't want it to come across like I'm giving excuses. But a lot of stuff has happened in the last 5 years that has really, for a variety of reasons, happened to everybody. And that's where a lot of this stuff fell apart for me, but hopefully what this job will also do is get me back in a positive place financially in my budget. And then I can start paying for the production of it further and going into the rest of that. So that's still the goal. The goal is still to get it done. But I can't really say I'm going to have it done by a certain time, because it wouldn't be fair. There's no way I can keep a promise at all at this point. Like I said, I didn't even know I was going to have the job that I had. It ended up lasting 2 years. I thought I was going to get fired. Like it was going to be a short job. And it wasn't even quite. It was like a year and a half, a little over a year and a half. And I thought it was going to last a little longer. So I was like, I was finally getting comfortable, finally getting to where, okay, maybe I can start, And as soon as I felt that way, that's when I lost the job. And also, man, I know I'm self-deprecating, but I, in a lot of ways, it is it is what you just said, Mike. There's a lot of it was too big a project at the time. I didn't have the experience for that much work. And I think that really put me in a spot where, just speaking candidly, frankly, I think I just said that redundantly, right? Um, it put me in a weird spot. It was overwhelming, and so it was a little scary to work on. And then other things were going on at the same time. It's kind of like what's been happening to me lately. Uh, not that I don't know if I should go too far into my own personal stuff, but I there was a while there I almost didn't have a place to stay, live. That was getting weird. It was getting weird a lot, and some other things happened recently, Mike, with that some of that stuff. Remember, I had to make some changes with my mortgage company.
Mm.
I thought they were going to tax some stuff on the back end. They actually raised my mortgage recently.
Oh no!
Yeah. So when I was like, okay, I think I could pull this off if everything stays the same. Okay, and then they came back, and so now I'm about a third of it. I'm paying a third more, and I'm like, it's if it's not one thing, it's another. But anyway, so long story short, it's just one of those things. Yeah, man, listen, I appreciate that. It's also one of the reasons why I don't post a lot of stuff on Instagram anymore, because nowadays with my job, because it's a sales position, it's a full-time commission sales job, and I'm going to say this, I'm grateful for the job, but the only reason why I'm working there is because I couldn't get a job anywhere. I must have put out like 80 resumes. And I could not get any callbacks. It was the craziest thing. But and then I used to say, "Oh man, if I had to, I'd go work at McDonald's." Now I'm starting to realize I have to lie. I have to like say I was I don't know, in a coma for the last 3 years or something, because they won't hire me because I'm overqualified. So I'm like,
well, let me read this out loud since he paid $5. Thank you, Comics Exposed. Okay, I'm not going to harass you about it anymore tonight. Just know that I really want the book and looking forward to your art, Elliot.
Yeah.
I guess he's not looking forward to my book. Thanks a lot, Comics Exposed.
Yeah, so I haven't really,
nobody wants it.
So I haven't really been posting on Instagram either a lot. I'm trying to keep it up just so I can from time to time share something. The latest thing I've been doing is putting some art out on eBay to try to sell to help pay the mortgage and other things like that. So, and I would never ask you guys to go spend money on me anymore in that regard, but I appreciate you guys. So thanks for your thoughtfulness and your being kind enough to ask it in a nice way, because it wasn't always like that, but it's cool. I appreciate it. And I don't mind that people are upset. I get it, so it just is what it is. I can't manufacture something. I just can't, so
yeah,
there you go.
I feel you very much, sir.
That's about the most that I've given out to anyone in recent time. And then and even at the job, I can't wait to tell you stories about my experiences in the adventures of sales. But I will say this though, the sales job, I mean, I'm happy to discuss it more with you guys if you want to ask more questions, guys. But so not to completely change the subject, but I feel like one of the things it's doing for me though is giving me a different way to look at my art though, and the quality and the value of that art. And it's interesting that so many people, after all, it's one of the reasons, again, with that theme that we were discussing earlier, a lot of people don't do what we do. So I appreciate that people they appreciate what we do in the first place. Because again, it's actually still rare, and I don't care how many
most people go through their entire lives and never meet a comic book artist,
or just art in general,
Yeah, they meet artists, but
well, sometimes.
And then you get that. my nephew's an artist. Can you look at his portfolio? And it's like crayon drawings. Okay, thanks.
Yeah. I'm a little harsher on that stuff too. When people say, "Oh, every kid's a Picasso," like, no, they're not. No, they're not.
I don't know.
But,
Have you seen Picasso stuff?
well, he did it on purpose, though. He wasn't always that terrible. That's thanks, Jimmy Craig.
I'm not a fan of Picasso, in case anyone didn't figure that out from my statement.
Dark Admiral says that's not Elliot's work. Something's up with the link. So the Lab Comics is my business partner. He might be selling other people's work too. So I think there's a new stuff coming out soon that's going to be on there. So just beware. That's what I was doing the last time when we did the live stream last time.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you guys saw. I did this blade.
Bulade.
And I did. These are gonna go to eBay. They're just quick sketches, you know. They're pretty quick. But what I'm messing with right now, Mike, and I was thinking about you. I was thinking about you. I found this and I started to mess around with this old sketch of me messing around with graphite.
Uh-huh.
You should sell this next time. I'll let you sell it for yourself.
What?
Yeah.
What
The next time you do art auction, I want you to sell it.
For myself?
I'll auction it off and I'll let you get the
Why?
ducks. Because I love you.
Aw, no homo.
Don't ask questions. Don't ask questions. I got this one on my sketch. This is what I'm doodling right now. I just some things in here there I doodle. I don't know if this is showing at all. Okay, why is it not showing?
Because it's too blown out. Oh, there. Yeah. Your light's too bright.
Yeah, I guess so. I don't know. That's something. You know what it is? The screen is too bright too. This screen is too bright. It's too bright.
Be careful, Elliot. You're going to turn this into an impromptu auction.
No. We're not doing that. I don't got nothing for that. But this is what I'm going to donate to you.
Oh, thank you. You sure you're not going to rip it up first?
I'll do it right now if you want.
It's not what I want. I'm mocking you, aren't I?
Brighten my screen again. Jiminy Cricket says, Batman. That's not either. I'm pretty sure Elliot isn't doing that kind of art.
What, Picasso?
No, because sometimes
$20 confirmed.
Oh no more $20 art, please. Let me see what's on the Lab Comics. Yeah. So some of what Andy sells is also other artists' work, and they're not safe for work. So yeah, you might see some stuff on there. Yeah, sorry.
We don't do that here.
I'm not. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, Jiminy. Wait till there's something else I can. Yeah, this stuff won't be helpful. This is not my work. No. Yeah. Let me see if there's anything on here.
Elliot under his pen name.
No, it's not. But although I have threatened to use a pen name before for other work. We'll see. I
did too, long time ago. It's funny. I had a low opinion of Rob Liefeld, and he was asking me to do some work for him. And I was talking to Jason Pearson at Comic-Con, and I was like, told him about that. I was like, do you think I should use a pen name? He's like, no, dude. He said it doesn't matter. It's like whatever you work, whatever you do, you got to get your name out there. So
I'm going to use pen names for like when I do covers for people, because I don't want people to be like, oh my gosh, this guy's terrible or whatever, or associate prior relationships with other stuff.
Yeah, I think about that too. Like
Yeah.
if I wanted to get work at Marvel or DC again, I'd probably have to just create a whole new persona, and then
Well,
have a fake profile picture with blue hair and piercings and
well, the thing is that I'm not interested in doing that kind of work anymore. So I don't mind getting a pen name because it's not like the name matters. Like if I was gonna, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like
well, here's the thing with me. If
you
like
you might be different though. You
if
might want
if
to.
if someone at Marvel came up to me and said, "Hey, we want to do a throwback book to the '80s with the X-Men," I'd be like, "Hell yeah!" You know what I mean? I'd be like, I'd be so down with that. It's like just have John Byrne write it, and I'll draw the original, the '80s X-Men team. I mean, to me, that would be like the childhood dream version, right?
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
even by the time I was drawing X-Men stuff, it was late '90s, moving far away from the stuff that I loved as a kid.
I don't know, man. I don't think that I don't. I don't think I even. Back where I was for a while ago, a few years ago, I don't like comics. I do and I don't. I want to work on my own stuff. Now, and that's one
Yeah,
thing.
I do too, of course, and I
Well,
am,
but
as
I
you
also
see.
don't. I don't have your pedigree. So it's not like if I was to get a job in comics, they would treat me like any other Latino name and pay them very little. And I'm like, I don't live in Ecuador. I live right here in the States. Whatever. But so yeah, so I'm following that other path still. Whenever I get to do books again, it'll be my stuff. After I finish this book and Doom Kicker and whatever, then I'll move on to other things. But yeah, I don't care. Like I don't really care about my name being that important because I'm not looking for jobs anymore. Is my point. And by the way, I'm also I'm a dealer in dishwashers now. What has happened to my life? That's what I do now.
He's a new chapter. He's a new
It is
chapter.
a good chapter, an interesting chapter to say the least.
Dark Admiral says, "Okay, I gave up. I can't wade through the other stuff."
There's nothing there. I looked. Don't worry. Don't worry about it. When it activates, I'll share it with you guys. But some of you guys are gonna look at it. Don't lie. Alpha Proto says, "Don't die, jerkmonger. You have to finish the book." Yeah, I know. No dying for me.
Don't die for me, Argentina.
Maybe I can
Oh, wait.
get when I die. I'm gonna have some people finish it for me. How about that?
How many pages you got left?
100, 1,000.
Uh,
Yeah.
Yeesh.
No, it's still about 50 pages.
Oh,
It's
really?
just, yeah, it's just I just can't do it right now. I have other obligations I gotta finish. I gotta do.
Yeah, it takes time, man. It takes so much time. I mean, look at me. I'm only on page 74 on this thing. And how long have I been freaking working on it?
No, it's going along pretty well. You're fast, man. You're really fast. I'm not that fast. I can do sketches of characters that I know well, but some of these scenes I've never drawn, or things I have to learn how to draw again. Dark Armor says, Mike's not doing anything. He can get it for you.
Thanks, March.
Yeah.
I've done. This is the previous 2 days I did 6 pages because my wife's not here.
Oh, okay.
And one double page spread was just, it was pretty much an explosion. So I like it when I can get 2 pages done with like minimal effort.
I did I was looking at a video today on some of the old Savage Sword of Conan stuff, and it made me think about, oh, that's a cool way to do like a splash page where there's like a fight scene. It's kind of how you do them, but there was a lot of like overlapping imagery.
Hmm.
I have to find. I'm gonna see if I can. Or maybe it may have been in King Kull, those old 80 books or 70s, 80s books. But I was like, oh man, that's pretty cool. But I don't want to draw that much. That's a lot. I already hate myself for getting involved in comics.
I just love drawing.
I don't.
I love drawing and I love creating.
I love creating. I have a heart. Drawing is a bit of a drag for me. What is that? Is that a moon?
Sun.
Oh, it's the sun.
Silhouettes. They're in silhouette.
John Buscema stuff. John Buscema did a lot with a little. He was awesome. Yeah, he was great. No, but these were other artists. I don't know who this other artist was. Because Buscema didn't do. I don't remember him doing any Kull work. But he did, unless he was doing covers. I remember something like that. I think Michael Golden did some covers, but I know he did some covers for Conan and for Savage Sword. But whatever this artist was, it was a really interesting. It was chaotic, but it was an interesting way to lay out a fight scene. Like in the far background where the two characters beginning the fight, and as it progressed through the fight, it got the drawings got closer. Like
Yeah, I've seen that.
I was like, man, that's so cool. Like, so overlapping. So it created the chaotic nature of the fight, but it was still laid out well. Like you could still read it clearly. I thought,
Yeah.
oh, that's nice.
Yeah, I was trying to do that sort of montage-y thing on this very page we're watching.
Yeah, I noticed that. You do a lot of that. You do a lot of that kind of stuff. But this particular thing for this kind of sword fight thing, I was like, I gotta find it. If I find it again, I'll look it up and I'll get it to you. Maybe you can correct it. Legendary comic artist corrects other comic artists' work. That's your next thing. Start correcting other works. Other artists. I know a couple artists I think you might be good at correcting.
Jim Lee?
What? Huh? Did I say that out loud?
Does it rhyme with Tim Gee?
Maybe.
This is how I ensure I'll never work at DC again.
Yeah. Don't worry. No one's working on DC again after. Did you hear that some of the news about the movie's not that great?
What? What movie?
Superman?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
No, I have not.
Some of the early screenings are not looking too hot.
Oof.
Yeah.
Hey, has anybody in the audience gone out and seen A Working Man yet?
Let me look that up. I shall use this computer for that.
I can bring it up and play a.
Yeah, I'm sure he'd appreciate that. He gets royalties on that, right?
Oh yeah.
There you go.
He didn't even have a agent because he doesn't deal with Hollywood. But Sly Stallone worked it all out for him.
Hey, yo, I'm gonna work it out.
I'm gonna take care of you, Chuck. Don't worry about it, Chuck.
It's gonna be good. Don't worry about it.
Well, I'll tell you what. I know that just from when I had my comic book Deal with the Devil optioned, I had just because it was my comic book, I had I think it was 1.5 points on profit. So I would have gotten 1.5% of profit. So, and that was just me, a total nobody, with my manager and whatnot. So I imagine at minimum that's what Chuck would get. And so if this thing, makes $1 billion, and they don't try to skimp and scam everybody's profit margins, which is what Hollywood usually does. It's like, oh no, we had to pay all this and this.
I'm so happy for Chuck, man. I hope it works
He
out.
should have a nice retirement off of this movie if it does well. So I'm going to the theater and I'm going to help Chuck retire.
I'm gonna help him retire too at some point. He lives close by.
Oh yeah, nice.
Yeah, we're in the same area, ish.
And he, yeah, they're already talking about sequel.
Really?
Yep.
Did it just open?
Yep.
Oh wow. Oh wow. Fancy.
Right. And that's another thing is like when you're the creator or something like that, you're locked in on royalties for every sequel. So even if they decide that they don't want to use his second novel as the plot for the sequel, and they just go and do their own thing, he still gets paid.
Did you see what Alfred Porter wrote? I'm going to help Chuck retire. He lives close by. Is that a threat?
Mark Anthony, what's up? I saw that Harley stuff. I thought they'd already went off the deep end, but how wrong I was. What Harley stuff?
So someone made reference to the Harley fart book. You hear about that?
Do I want to know?
No, probably not. It was the stupidest thing. It's all legit. It's all legit DC stuff.
That's good, right? Silhouette. Just drop a little.
Yeah, I like it. I like it a lot. I think it was Scratch and Sniff, right?
Wait, what?
I believe it was. It was the dumbest thing I ever heard of in my life.
A Scratch and Sniff fart book?
I want to say it is, but I could be wrong. But it doesn't matter. It's all about farts. The only thing we're missing was like a soundtrack or something.
I don't understand. Thank you, Tina.
What do you mean you don't understand?
Why? What do you mean it's all about farts?
It's a giant, like, weird. That's the joke. That's the whole joke of the whole thing is all a bunch of. I read an article about it. I think I saw some panels. It's dumb. It's very dumb. But it's DC. It's not like somebody else's thing. It's a. Dark Admiral says it's a fetish book. It's not even gross out kid book. It's a weird official fetish book, says Mark.
What?
Yeah. It's bizarro.
I guess I don't want to work at DC ever again.
That's what I'm saying, man. Like Yeah. That's weird. It's too bad too, because I love some of those characters,
Yeah.
Buddy Rabbit for $5 says,
Oh my. It's yet another example of an artist trying to cover their fetish with the veneer of just a joke, bro. That's
Yeah.
Farts and feet. Yuck. What's wrong with feet?
Feet are cool.
You can draw comics with feet.
I like drawing feet like the way they were drawn, the way they were painted by like Rembrandt and all those guys.
So?
Like I like when their feet look like real planted, and they do that turn where the ball of the foot is twisting. It's always cool. It's not that attractive either, like that, but it's just cool. They're a cesspool of depravity. Jiminy Cricket. What do you know about cess? And where have you been swimming?
Let's talk about cess, baby.
Oh, Mark Anthony says half of Mike's art is foot drawn. Ho!
Hey,
Just kidding, but he has done it, he says.
so Mark Anthony, it looks like you got the notification for this stream this week. I don't know what happened last week. I don't know what happened.
I don't know.
Even when my iPad glitches out like that.
Yeah, I think about
superheroes have been desecrated. I know.
I'm thinking about getting another iPad, but obviously not now when I make a little bit extra money. But I'm not sure I need one quite yet.
Yeah, why would you?
Because I still need it for projects here and there.
But you have. Does yours not work?
I just don't want it to fail on me. I mean, I have everything backed up right now, so that's good. But just in case,
why would it fail?
Because it's getting old. It won't last forever.
They just stop working. That's going to be a problem for me if that happens.
You need to make sure you back up all your files.
No.
Put it on Dropbox or something. Serious. I don't think it saves it like that. iPads, I don't think do that.
I've got enough of them saved.
All right. This is gonna happen one day, and you're gonna be like, "Dang, I should have listened to Elliot."
I'm gonna be like, Elliot, why didn't you tell me?
Yeah, no, you're right. But this is what you're gonna say, and I'm gonna go, well, Michael.
I did. I'm gonna say, I don't remember. I blame you for everything.
So I've been watching these episodes of Kojak.
Yeah.
Like I try to watch an episode a night, a couple nights a week. These are good shows, man. Well, smart, interesting written. I won't say they're superbly written, but for like these old TV shows, they're kind of like dope, man. I was watching this one, and some of the acting is incredible, but you wouldn't think so just because of the timing of the date, the age of the I don't know. I have it in my head that everything in the 70s was trash. But these were really smart shows, man. There was an episode I was watching when you called. This young woman, this guy takes her, this good-looking lady gal to a show, and they're on their way back. And it was just like a really interesting idea. She had she had been a patient at Bellevue, which is in New York. That's their
mental
hospital. And so she had been experiencing this thing where she kind of like fades out. So she was a witness to a murder, but she couldn't, I guess the guy that she went to the date with would turn out to be the pharmacist that gave her the medicine that she needed. And, it was just a weird story, but the neighbor has a crush on her and killed the guy she was dating. So, and by the way, spoilers for a 50-year-old show. But the thing that's crazy is it's that she couldn't remember anything about it. I was like, wow, what a fascinating idea that is. Or they do this really cool thing in his show, because I like Telly Savalas a lot. I always liked Kojak, but I didn't know what Kojak was about. I watched him when it was on TV when I was a kid, when I was like very, very young. I think it aired the year I was born, but no, that's not true. It aired in 1972, so it was before my time, and then popularized while I was born. But then I must have caught the reruns. But some of the like there was a scene, right? Talk about like an interesting writing. There's a scene where he, oh, somebody's answering a different question there. Oh, Alfred Pro saying never saw Kojak, so it's free on Prime. If you have Prime, it's free. I just said that the same way backwards. So so what happens? Like he's talking to this police officer. It was about a young rookie cop who's accidentally on his way to be introduced to Kojak as a new recruit out of the academy. He has to make, because back then he didn't have cell phones, right? So he had to run over to a payphone to call in, let him know he's going to be late. When he does that, he hears some noises and he sees the open door. He opens it up and he sees these two men trying to hang another man. Well, it turns out they're all gangsters and they were trying to move in on this one guy's turf, but they won't snitch on each other because they're all gangsters. They have like this unspoken code. And so this shows how Kojak really is working on like this dark underbelly, of the crime world. He knows people in there from when they imply that he's been doing this for a long time, and so everybody knows who Kojak is. And it reminds me a little bit of that show, that book, that comic Parker, the Slayground, and some other books. That it was who was the guy that did DC's New Frontier? Oh, come on. What's his name? It's on the tip of my tongue. No.
Oh, that was New Gods.
Darwin Cook.
Oh.
Parker series. Yeah, Jiminy, that's it. Darwin Cook. That Parker series was like that. It's like a hard-boiled gangster stories. That's what those episodes are like. Anyway, there was and while he's talking to the one guy, he's coming out the office talking to the other guy, making a point about something, and then goes, "What am I out here for? Oh yeah, coffee." Like they throw in these really cool, and it seems like it might have been ad-libbed, like just this really interesting ways. Like in the very first episode, the pilot, I thought it was pretty good, man. It had like it felt like the New York accent was really, really thick that everyone was using, and the vernacular was very theatrical, very like what do you call that? Like it sounded like if New York vernacular was like a Shakespearean speak. You know what I mean? Like it was very topical, very then it occurred to me, I think Kojak is Dick Tracy. And I started like, oh, that kind of makes sense. It was like a modern twist on Dick Tracy. They didn't have all the same gang members, but in this case, all the criminals from every episode, they're all like famous actors of the time. Like John Ritter was when he was very, very young, was on there. James Woods, very, very young, was on there. All these great actors. Harvey Keitel was in the first episode as a young Harvey Keitel. Like, wow, this is crazy how many great legends of the silver screen are on this show. But it's not that weird when you think about like how many of those guys are also on Love Boat, right? But man, it was a really good. I hear that it starts to flounder around season 3 or 4. There were like 5 seasons, so it falls apart. But so far, man, this first and second season, the first season was the best season, the most serious, the most like violent. Some of the stories too, like very complicated stories about crooked cops, and like, man, it's so cool. Plus, I have a new passion for all things 70s, so I do. I
summer fashions, right?
What do you mean?
Are you going to start sporting some shorts and
no
cut off t-shirts?
No, not for me. But I do appreciate the time. Like that early on in the 70s was, obviously post 60s, and then the 60s was very post 50s. So in the first episode, he's still walking around in a pretty traditional outfit before the suits start to turn into like leisure, what they call leisure suits and bell bottoms and stuff. But some of the hair, some great actors, like there's a guy, I think he's from a soap opera. I think the soap opera is As the World Turns or something like that. I think it's that one. Anyway, his name was, I remember him now. His name was Victor Kiriakis on the show. Well, there's that guy, I forget his name. He was on that show too. And he had the same kind of weird, he looked like like 1970s Tony Stark with the big hair and the thick mustache. I was like, whoa, that's crazy. So it's so instead of having your, mush mouth or whatever those bad guys were called, wrinkles or something, they were all interesting. He's the main detective and he's the lieutenant, so everybody's kind of following his lead. Then his brother, I forget the guy's name, the Nestonese or something like that. He's named like that in the credits. In the show, his name is Stavros. That's actually his brother. He's the fat guy. I heard somebody made a reference to, oh yeah, there was Kojak and the fat guy. Well, the fat guy was his brother in real life. And I was like, oh, it's cool, It was just a different time, and there was some really I don't know, maybe maybe there's more out there that I've never seen, but it was neat to see something like that. And so I've been kind of enjoying that.
You ever watch I Spy?
Never have. Was it good?
Yeah, it's George Papard and
that Bill Cosby.
Bill Cosby, yeah.
Yeah, I always went to. He was serious in that show, right? It wasn't a comedy.
Yeah.
See, that's interesting.
How about 10 Speed and Gumshoe?
No.
It's like all these old white guy, black guy partnership shows.
Yeah.
Right?
Everyone's forgetting about those.
Yeah. It's like
Ebony and Ivory.
10 Speed and Gumshoe was what's his face? I think it was Gregory Hines and
on TV.
What's his face from The Fly?
Jeff Goldblum?
Oh, Jeff Goldblum.
Really?
Yep. And it's like this black guy, white guy partnership that's gone back all the way to like the 60s, man. I'm trying to think what the first show was when they started doing this stuff.
It's guy love between two guys.
And usually that's it. It's a Jewish guy and a black dude.
Yeah.
Spencer for Hire. Lethal Weapon. Lethal Weapon was in the 80s, though.
Yeah,
These old shows with the black guy, white guy partnership go way back. It's like the way back machine.
There was an episode where there was an episode on Kojak where the one of the villains, remember that, because you mentioned the good black guy, good white guy, black guy. Remember when the Jeffersons is a spinoff of Archie Bunker?
Yeah.
Well, remember the neighbor, the British neighbor? The guy looked like a walking cartoon out of something from the early Nickelodeon shows.
Oh no, 10 Speed and Brown Shoe. Oh, it wasn't. It was what's his name? His name is on the tip of my tongue. But I have to look it up because I can't remember. Ben Vereen.
Oh.
Ben Vereen and Jeff Goldblum.
Wow. Oh, I gotta watch that. That's what I'm into right now. I want to find some of those shows that I just ignored because they were old, like a typical young kid. But now that I'm old, I'm like, well, let me see what's going on there. Oh my gosh, these were great.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so that British guy was a villain in one of the episodes, and that episode was incredible. So it's about this girl who has been selling her body for drugs,
Mm-hmm.
and she knew that, and she was also, I think they were recording it too. These guys were doing what they do, right? And her sister walks in on them and tries to stop them, and they end up killing her, the sister. But the girl is so hopped up on drugs, she doesn't remember how it went. She can't remember. And then it turns out she's been using more and more drugs so she can cover it up. So because she knows she's partly responsible, which technically she's not, but she's blaming herself. And the scene where she's weeping to Kojak, and Telly Savalas was a good actor. So he's doing his role, like he's playing against her performance, and I'm just like, this is gut wrenching. I can't believe this was in 1972. Like it was so good, and I'm like, golly, this would have won Emmys or something today. It may have won Emmys back
Maybe it
then.
did. Yeah.
Yeah, for all I know. But it was really, really good. It was really good. But the only thing is, not as you get deeper into the show in the second season, it's starting to look like the early Spider-Man show.
Oh, bro.
The bad cinematography. Yeah, but some of it was cool, you know. And then and there's a lot. What I like about it too is that they bring up a lot of old neighborhoods that I'm aware of. I'm like, oh, I remember that neighborhood, you know, such and such on this street and that street, somewhere in the Bronx and the Grand Concourse. They'll talk about that from time to time. But there's a lot of like some really good stuff, and they'll film it on location, and then from time to time, in certain scenes, you'll be in some sort of set, and you'll go, oh, okay, it just has some whack guy do some graffiti, you know, on the wall to make it look like it's that. But still, it was a great use of what they had, you know. So talk about budget and stuff like that. Yeah, man, it's good times. It's good times. When you gonna head out tonight?
I don't know. There's you know, all kinds of showings. So I wanted to go out early, but that doesn't seem to ever happen around here.
Well, we're still live streaming, Mike. It could be they're waiting for you.
No, he's not done doing the dishes yet, and this one doesn't want to go. So
I'll go with you.
let's do it.
That'd been fun. One of these days, Mike, you're not going to go to the movies together. We'll live stream it.
Yes, yes. You know who I went to go see John Wick with?
Who?
Cheeks.
What?
Yeah.
I missed that.
We were in Phoenix. I think it was Phoenix for one of the Phoenix shows, and went out together. And it was after dinner, so we're like, let's go see a movie. Oh, what's this John Wick thing? And we're like super stoked because it was awesome.
Yeah, I wanted to see that new one. The ballet dancer is always called ballerina.
Oh, yeah. When's that come out?
I don't know. That was supposed to come out. I'm sure it's in the fall. I'm sure, or maybe a summer film.
Yes, Sean Galloway, Jiminy. Sean Galloway. He's a good friend of mine.
All right, so I'm walking in the store.
Mm-hmm.
For the last 2 months, I've had like this limp, and
Oh, yeah. The
And so-
plantar fasciitis.
yeah, and I'm thinking, I thought maybe it was due to diabetes or something. No. And I finally look it up, and I you know, it's pretty good when you can explain like it's in front of my heel, but and I'm like, and all of it came up right away. Yeah, it's that's plantar fasciitis, and yeah, I took a step around the corner to show someone a refrigerator, and I heard a pop.
And then you felt an ow.
And then I went, ooh. And then I took another step, and I thought I was going to fall because I thought I broke my foot.
Hmm.
It was a crazy pain. Like I didn't even feel heat at first. It felt cold for a minute, like a split second, like that shock came through. And I was like, what is going on? And then I had to walk differently because I couldn't plant my foot, no pun intended, in a decent way. Oh my gosh, dude.
You couldn't plantar your fascia.
What? So this lady told me, yeah, your arch fell. Is that what happened? Is that the same thing?
That's not. I don't think that's the same thing.
I don't think so. I said I still have an arch. I just need support for it now. So I went right away.
Hey, Kevin, get in here. What are you doing? You got the link. Yeah, there are. I had that for weeks. and just I was like trying to hobble around on crutches and stuff. It hurt so bad.
Yeah.
And then I just went on YouTube and I found this video on how to just do these stretches. And dude, after like 20 minutes of stretching,
Yeah.
I could walk normal.
What?
Do you have a I used a softball. Do you have a baseball?
No. I could try.
Golf ball?
Do I look like I have a golf ball?
Any kind of small hard ball.
No.
Do you have a aha?
Oh yeah, I got that.
Okay. Put it sideways
Uh-huh.
and roll it on your arch with as much pressure as you can get. Just constant massage. Roll that under the arch where it hurts,
Uh-huh.
right? And just keep rolling it while you're just sitting there because you're just sitting there doing nothing anyways. You can do that. And then also the other one is get up here. I'll show you. I'll screen me. Get up and like step as 3 feet away from the door or whatever. Keep your feet pointed straight in front of you and just stretch your calves out like this.
What?
And just do that for like 5 minutes, whatever, 10 minutes. Because the muscle, the ligament or whatever that is it connects to your toe, right?
Yeah.
But it goes all the way up to your femur. It's one long, it goes through your calf muscles and up to your femur. And so you want to stretch that back out, and you have to do this like every day. But yeah, a tennis ball, a small bottle, something you can just roll around under that thing and just stretch that tendon back out. I'm telling you, dude, I did that for 20 minutes, mostly just sitting here.
Why did it pop?
I don't know.
Like I heard it. I heard the pop.
I think it might like snap out of place or something. But
like when you massage someone's shoulder and it's tight.
So you know how it hurts in the morning?
Yeah.
Right? That's because when you're in the morning, you're relaxing your feet and it's trying to heal itself, right? And then when you get up in the morning and you step back on it, you're tearing it again. So you need to stretch it out slowly and let it, expand so that when you're getting up, you're not putting that pressure and tearing it again.
That's why I didn't come on Drawn and Quartered, because I was still in pain all day and it was terrifying. I was breathing weird. I was like, oh my God. Because I'm thinking now I'm thinking this is my job. I got to walk around and show people stuff.
Yeah.
And then I started thinking, am I going to be the first salesperson on a wheelchair? Is that what's going to happen? Oh God. Oh God.
Well, maybe that's why I had to go through it so I could explain it to you.
Yeah, no kidding.
I'll try to find the video. So there's probably other stuff in there, but that's basically all I did, and I kept doing it. It didn't like cure it in a day, but I just kept doing it, and now it's gone. It did come back at one point. So like maybe it can be re-triggered or something, but then I just kept doing it again. So Kim says, what Mike is saying does work. The band/tendon side of my quad was knotted up and I didn't even realize it. My PT got this roller pin and worked it out, felt great, and could walk better.
Yeah, somebody told me, which I did. I have a bottle of water frozen. I was going to use that, but
or get a
ball.
Get a baseball. Go grab a baseball from some kid in the yard.
You gotta have a baseball somewhere in here.
Right?
Yeah, so I
went
went
to the softball, which was too big, but that's all I had. So
I went to a store. I went to my mom gave me some cash for a new pair of shoes. My mommy, And oh yeah, I have these things too. I wonder if this will work. This bottle of water, spritz bottle.
Is it glass?
No, it's plastic.
Well, you need to put pressure on it. You
Well,
don't
it's
want to. I know, but it's not going to just get crushed.
No, it's got water in it. It's got pressure. It's hard.
Okay,
It's a spray bottle.
you could try. You got to have something that you can roll around under your foot.
Yeah, I have nothing but things like that.
I have this bottle of black, a tennis ball, a golf ball, a handball, a
Bet your hand
goofball.
would be good. But yeah, so yeah, the pop though was freaky, man. Because I was like, oh no, did I pop the thing? Did it come off? Is my feet gonna turn to jello now? Because the bones are all discombobulated in there.
You're like, I'm a diabetic.
Man, I'm so sick of being sick. And it's like, God, this is lame.
Well, you know what you can do.
Eat meat. I know. Frozen cookie dough roll, says Hellstorm.
Oh, that's an option, I guess.
But yeah, man. So that's why I was like, but that night I was so messed up. I was like, I can't focus on it. I was so tired. That's the other.
I know
thing.
you sounded tired.
Dude, because it was stressful.
But
man.
we were making fun of you because you're like, I can't draw. My feet hurt.
You jerk, man. You are a jerk. I can't help it. It wore me out. What else do I got here? Ooh, this might work. Might be good. I'm gonna roll with this little bottle here.
You see me rolling.
Oh yeah. Oh, I feel that.
Yep. Feel that stretch. That stretch is good.
Tina says Mike has 20 kids, so it's normal to have balls and sports equipment just lying around the house. That's true. That's true.
Except my kids aren't really into sports. I don't even know how I have a softball.
Once upon a time, Michael.
I just have a softball.
Did it hurt like on the side of your foot too? It's hurt me on the side too.
It was like yeah, it wasn't dead center.
Yeah, it says that it radiates even as far as your front to your toes, which it did. My toes also. That mainly my big toe, like it stretched all the way out there, but after it popped.
Well, I think that's another one. Is like, do you have a bar or anything under? Because I have a bar under my thing, and I would stretch my toes backwards.
Yeah, I had that. And I'm doing the rolling thing right now. Don't interrupt the roll.
How's that rolling feel?
Feels good,
right?
So I went to try on some shoes at Skechers because I heard that they had, a lot of my coworkers have shoes from there.
Orthopedic shoes.
Dude, I know. I look so goofy with these old man stupid shoes. And I was like, this is the worst. I'm not wearing this. And they were helping me though. They were really good. But I found some other shoes that have the similar technology that they sell in the clearance.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'll just get that then.
Oh, also, don't walk around barefoot.
Yes, so that's what's been happening to me throughout the whole time that's been happening. Again, for the last 2 months, it happened with one pair of shoes. I must have gotten to. I had switched to this other pair that I bought. That I thought, I finally get to wear these shoes, and that's the day that I started to hurt. And then it would go away, and then it would come back, and it would go away. And usually, when I was sitting in the chair, no problem, didn't hurt. It was when I stood up. And then all of a sudden, it was all happening again. Well, nevertheless, it's just been painful throughout the last couple of months, and I just didn't know what it was for sure. I thought I'd walk it off, or maybe it's just that the shoes hurt my feet. No, that was different. And when it popped, that's when I realized. Oh, and the guy goes, it was an older Cuban man. He was like, you okay? And I said, yeah, I think so. Hold on. Ooh. You need help? I said, no, I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm thinking, I'm trying to sell this refrigerator. My family depends on it. I'm hobbling around like a freak. But anyway, so
Help me out. Buy this refrigerator.
if you buy this refrigerator, I can go.
Yeah,
see
but
it.
just don't walk around like the house in bare. Do you usually walk barefoot? Because I usually walk barefoot. But it's like
I don't.
wear something, even if it's just like soft flip flops, because that for me is like.
So I bought these pair of like the slides from Walmart. They're Avia. Remember that company Avia? It was a popular shoe brand for a running shoe, but they make a. I'm sure they're still around, but they make something for Walmart now, and it's a nice pair of sandals. They're real soft and they feel really good.
There you go.
And they have a. It feels like it has it's for a lot of cushion but not soft cushion. Like it's got a lot of support, especially in the arch. And I thought, oh, that felt good. And I wonder if, because I never had a problem with my arches in the past, but that's not
not your arch.
But that's what helps is arch support shoes.
Oh yeah, I think it's the softness. It's like for some reason I don't know what it is, but yeah, just that was one of the things. Don't walk around barefoot while you're trying to heal this up.
Someone told me that it's because I've been sitting in a chair with my feet crossed probably for the last 10 years. I said, yeah, that's probably true. That's what I've been doing.
Well, you had it, I had it, and apparently Kevin had it. So what is the common denominator there?
Art. It's the artists.
Yeah, they should call it plantar artitis.
Plant art fasciitis. Now they call me Plantar the Barbarian.
Hellstorm says, rub some dirt on it and get back on the sales floor.
I
Rub
am.
some bacon on it. Kevin, why are you not in here? I don't understand what the problem is.
Yeah, orthopedic shoes are expensive. Yeah. Even the inserts are pricey. Anyway, so that's my life. It's all good.
That's our lot in life. It's not a lot, but it's a life.
Yeah, it's true. And then I got yelled at by this guy over another refrigerator. I tell you what, I am definitely practicing my Christianity for sure.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, because you're gives me a chance to think about people differently. I'm meeting more people more uniquely. I feel like I'm serving them in some way. I get, from time to time, I get inspired to pray for some of them. I think that's pretty cool. And also I get to, because it's a lot like freelance when you're commission based. So if you don't get, if somebody doesn't buy from you, you don't get the sale. It kind of sucks.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, yeah, this is kind of like the same thing. So I'm like, okay, Lord, who you said? Not it really is feels like that. Like, who are you sending me today? Type of thing. And then what do you want me to do about it? Which is not always what was happening on, here working on funny books or anything else for that matter.
No, I hear you. It's like fishing. You got to get out there and put the lures in the water every day.
Yeah. So in that way, it makes me think, oh, maybe we weren't meant to work out of my garage forever. But you're different. You're online all the time.
Online? What do you mean?
Well, you used to be online a lot back in the old days.
Well, that was dumb.
That was stupid.
That was stupid. I just thought for some reason, like, the more I was online, I don't know, the better everything would go for the comic sales and whatnot.
Yeah. Man, this rolling
I
thing's
felt
fun.
obligated to like be on when everybody was streaming. It's like, oh, I gotta go stream with everybody. There's streams on right now. We're promoting blah blah blah, whatever.
Yeah, I remember those days. Silly in a way. But
It was really. I shouldn't have done that. I should have, prioritized making sure I was having dinner with the family every night, not freaking hang out with a bunch of retards on YouTube.
yeah. Yeah, that's true. Bunch of retards. But you're not wrong.
Not you, the other guys.
No,
You know who they are. The retards.
Well, that would be me too. Man, I can't wait to do this every day now. This is fun.
Yeah, I was like, oh, I should tell him about that or on Wednesday. But
You were trying to, and then you said that was your way of trying to lure me into your trap.
oh, that's right.
Yeah.
See how much better you would have felt yesterday had you only fallen into my trap?
Well, that night after I got off that's when I went to. Was it that same time? I forget when you called me, but I went to. Oh, that's another thing. I hobbled my way over to Skechers. That's when I went to Skechers.
Wow.
Yeah, that was funny, man. Those shoes they look like the worst shoes ever. You know how like, you ever seen like, everybody talks about New Balance, right? But some New Balance shoes are just ugly as sin. Man, these Skechers look terrible. I'm like, I'm not wearing those with my I wear nice slacks for well, they're not even slacks. They're golf pants from Walmart. They're really nice though. They're really good, like Sunday pants.
You're not gonna wear no Skechers with your golf pants.
But they're right. Well, these look like bad running shoes, like really bad ones. And I was like, look how the laces. There's a guy I work with he always looks all frumpy looking. I'm like, I don't want to look like that guy. I want to look professional. I'm a professional here. Dang it.
So yeah, the kitchen monger.
Yeah, dude, I'm selling stuff here. This isn't funny books. This isn't t-shirts and jeans. No, nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying. So anyway,
that's how it came off.
Yeah, I know. I was thinking about you. I'm wearing t-shirts and shorts right now. I'd never wear this anymore. I almost always wear. What I'll do is I'll wear the black undershirt and I'll take off my shirt and I just keep the black undershirt. I'm like, yeah, I feel cool. But anyway, yeah. So that's my life these days. Yeah, man, that feels good. Good job, Mike.
Hey, bro. I tried to tell you.
You could have just told me over the phone.
You had to get off the phone. You were so tired. I didn't know you were going to go to the store after that. You sound like you were going to pass out while you're talking to me.
No, I went. You called me after I got back because I had taken care of that, and then you were going to do the show. But I was really tired. I was looking at shoes. I was there for like an hour and a half, trying out different shoes, feeling embarrassed. The girl's like, I told the girl, I said, these feel great, but they look terrible. She's like, I know. She was a sweet lady. Like, yeah, they do, but it helps. I said, thanks a lot. Anyway, well, speaking of, I got to get to bed soon, Mike.
You got to go to sleep?
I work tomorrow.
Already?
Oh, yeah, I'll tell you. Saturday, I got to be there earlier for the salesman meeting.
But Tina wants to know about the InstaView LG refrigerators.
InstaView LG. Let me see what those are.
And Tina is also in Florida, so you could sell her some refrigerator right now.
Hey, what's up? Let me see. LG InstaView.
But if you have time, dude, check out those the telepathy tapes.
Hold on, let me type that in there. Telepathy tapes. Is it the podcast or the?
Yeah.
All right, I have it for my next time chilling out here. How far are you at? How far do you have left?
I finished. I didn't go through the last one because it was, I don't know, messages from the autistic people. So maybe I watched like part of it, but not the whole thing.
Tina says those fridges like $7,000. I know.
What?
Yeah.
Why? Are you trying to rip me off, Elliot?
Wow. Well, Michael, I really wasn't. Well, actually, some of these are like 2,000. One's 3,000 in certain spots. Let's see. LG InstaView. Yeah, what this has like a glass door, and the light comes on. You can see through. It's a tinted panel, and you knock on it twice, and you can see inside. They have.
Wow.
We have a Sub-Zero on our floor, and a Monogram, and a what's this other one? I always forget the other one, but these things are incredible. They have cameras on the inside, and they tell you, so you know what you have in what section. So when you go grocery shopping, it's a little much, but I think it's the Bosch. There's not a Bosch. What's the bigger brand above Bosch? It's
The bougie.
oh my gosh, dude! These things, that Sub-Zero that we have is $14,000.
What?
Yeah,
How big is it?
it's
That better be freaking monster. Like,
it's pretty big. It's designed to go. I forget. It's a double wide thing. It's like one large refrigerator, and the other side is a large freezer.
you saying it'll fit in my double wide?
Yes. Jeff Potts says telepathy tapes. I knew he was going to say that. That's like Bill Murray in Ghostbusters. You could read my mind. It's Bill Murray. Bill Murray's in a new movie too. Him and his white hair.
Yeah.
He's
What is
old.
that?
I like the turn that Bill Murray took. He's angry. You could tell he's bitter, but what?
I like that.
I'm
like
just
how-
saying.
Look how
I'm
much I've
saying-
gotten done
He-
while we're talking in the last
Yeah,
2
that's
hours.
pretty good. I know. I wonder if I should stay until you finish.
Mhm.
No, but he looks like he's not taking no gump from nobody, no guff, I guess the word. And he's just, he's just being super honest about stuff. And he became a serious actor, and then I don't care. I don't care. What? You want Bill Murray to be funny all the time? Well, I'm not your clown. He's like that now. Like, yeah, go ahead, Bill. I probably wouldn't want to meet him today because of that. But I respect, his authority. Sorta.
Respect my authority.
See, but you got me yawning, man. I can't be yawning on your stream.
I'm not yawning.
I am. I feel like Yanni.
I guess I did yawn earlier.
I'm gonna switch to my camera so at least they can stop watching me yawn. Hold on. To my art camera, which I don't really have much on my table. It's just this thing. All right. What else do I have? I have a doodle page here. I can doodles on this page. I think I will. Just doodle. So yeah, so what else is going on these days? You got the city underneath Egypt.
Is it a city though, or is it just big columns of something?
I don't know, but it's almost a mile down, they say, right?
I know, that's crazy.
That's if it's true, right? We don't even really know if it's true.
Right.
It could be anything. It could be something reflecting. I don't know.
Very hard to say.
But
these days.
everyone's thinking Nephilim for that too. which I think is interesting.
Well, how else are you going to build the pyramids?
A bunch of Hebrew slaves.
And the things that let you float the anti-gravity cones.
Well, that's if they use that, Hello. Maybe they had something else. Well, what have you heard about that place here in Florida where the guy has the
Coral Castle.
yeah. He shows that he could move objects using fulcrum points and stuff that are heavy weighted, right?
No, he used the gravity cones, the anti-gravity cones.
What?
Yeah.
No, he didn't. He
Yeah,
made
he did.
No, he did not. What are you talking about anti-gravity cones?
Yeah, there was some kid that kids that witnessed him do it. And he was using his cone of floating the things because he cut those pieces of coral out. Like he cut the sides and he cut the bottom. How do you do that? And just lifted them straight out of the coral.
Well, I don't know. I mean,
Dude, he said that he had the secrets that the Egyptians used.
so what's an anti-gravity cone?
I don't know. It's something that uses vibration to cancel gravity.
What?
Yeah.
You believe that, Michael?
I don't know what to believe. That's just what they were saying.
Well, I believe that they found Atlantis.
Yeah.
Up there in
Sahara Desert.
Yeah, the Eye of the Sahara.
Mm-hmm.
I believe it is.
I do too.
And why not? Why not believe it?
Yeah, it only fits the description, so.
Yeah, it happens to be facing the Atlas Mountains or whatever. That's what they think was the king, because his name was King Atlas. They think it was the Atlas of Greek mythology, but it was actually a real person. Yeah, so that Atlas. So that was one of the things that it was supposed to face the Atlas Mountains, and that the king of Atlantis was Atlas, or Atalan, or something like that. And it's like, oh, it's the same guy.
It was Aslan.
Jeff Potts says anti-gravity cone equals technology powered by the brown note. What does that mean?
By the brown note?
Is that UPS?
I have no idea. Did you say UPS?
UPS found a way to move the pyramids? That's amazing.
And they did it all. Darn it. When your pyramid absolutely positively has to get erected overnight.
Yeah, man.
Or was that FedEx? That was the FedEx thing, huh?
What?
The commercials for FedEx back in the day?
No, the Browns, I forget what they said. Z8 Zeta, I guess, says, isn't the brown note the sound that makes you poop yourself?
Hey, oh.
Jeff Potts said the same thing. Look at that. Look at this infernal nonsense. So are you telling me that you didn't believe any of their stories in the first place, that there were slaves that built those places?
No.
How about giants? You believe in the giants?
How could that make a lick of sense? Freaking slaves moving those things and putting them together with laser guided precision. Never mind the fact that they were cut to laser guided precision. This is all technology that we've lost. There's no way a bunch of freaking slaves put those together.
So maybe they're the Atlanteans.
Oh.
Or the Nephilim.
Yeah.
Now, will the Nephilim be using technology?
I'm sure.
Why?
I'm sure they have access to greater information than we do. Hey, if the hill is true and they can all communicate through that, dude, think of the much smarter they would be than us. So why wouldn't they be able to have greater access to technology than us?
Well, that would suppose that they weren't. So the Nephilim are supposed to be the children of angels, and
Right. But what if now we know through what we're seeing with the telepathy tapes that they're not just, big and strong and stuff, but they actually also have at will access to like all of the knowledge of, whatever, call it the Akashic record or whatever, where these kids are going and learning all of this stuff. It's like, how much more information could these guys have?
well, I'm just saying though that why
That's
would
all
they?
technology is information.
Well, I understand that, but I'm saying, were they using technology?
Everyone, a hammer is technology.
I understand that, but what I'm saying is, if you're an
So, yeah.
angel, why would you need technology?
You don't have. We're not talking about angels.
But they're the sons.
We're talking about Nephilim.
They're the sons of and children of angels, right?
Yeah,
So
but that doesn't make them angels. But it could give them access to that spiritual information data dump.
But where'd that information come from? What
It just is.
do you mean?
I don't know. I just thought I'd sound. That
That's-
sounds smart.
That's lame. I'm just no. I mean, I'm not necessarily challenging you. I'm just wondering, like where did? That's what I'm that. I mean, why would they need technology?
You know how like I think like some people, Mozart and some like authors and stuff, and people will just say, "It came to me in a dream."
A dream.
Like information just came to me in a dream.
Okay.
The story came to me in a dream. The song came to me in a dream. I mean, that's all information too. So where's that coming from? It's like you're not making it up. It came to you literally.
So you thinking they were super smart?
Yeah. Imagine being like, okay, going back to the autistic savants.
Uh-huh.
We call them savants because they're freaking super smart at something they had no reason to be smart at. So how much more if you have enough of this ability to transverse the spaces where they're getting their savant skills and talents, but also you're able to fully command your body, your physical body. Right? It's like there's a give and take with the whole autism thing because they're not capable of accessing and handling their physical body, but their spirit is like downloading all of this information that makes them quote unquote savants. So if you could do both as like a proper Nephilim or whatever, then yeah, you'd be hella smart. Freaking you'd be Nikola Tesla smart.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Which, there's people who think that Tesla was like a Nephilim or something. Like he had access to this information, which now I'm putting together as this space that allows people to learn all this stuff that is savant level stuff. What if Tesla could access the hill? Because that's another thing in the story in the next season's tape. They're going to talk about normies who have and can access the hill.
And this isn't a podcast, right?
It's a podcast, yeah.
Okay. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I I'm kind of bought into that idea already, thinking along those lines that we're discovering things that, you know, and I can see why we might think they were alien. I guess in a way it is alien, but
Well, let's just say it's not of this world,
that would be alien.
but not in the way you think.
Extraterrestrial, yeah.
Extra dimensional.
Also extraterrestrial.
Well, that has certain implications.
Terra would imply this Earth.
But
Now-
what if it's on this Earth, but it's in a separate dimension?
You think that Elon Musk is a Nephilim? It could be.
I mean, I think he's autistic,
Right. And he actually supposedly is,
right?
according to himself. So what if he got the juice?
Yeah, maybe he's tapping into that info dump. You know?
That's why he named his kid Numbers. Because it's like all into like
Yeah, because
science.
it makes sense on the hill.
And it does. It's just like in what's that movie? Close Encounters of the Third Kind.
Mm-hmm.
They were using music as math to communicate. It's also the basis of the movie Contact. Was that Carl Sagan? The whole thing. It's interesting, man. It's interesting, man. I'm down.
I tell you what, we're breeding Nephilim all over the place.
Then this should we stop doing it then?
Yeah.
Why? Why would you not let those poor kids access the hill? What if they can figure out how to stop the hill?
How to stop it?
Yeah, what if it's like Starship Troopers and they send some Nephilim infused DNA kids into the hill to take it over?
Ooh, I don't think you can do that.
That's an idea, bro. That's a comic book right there, dude. Write that down.
I'm busy.
Stop it. I'm just saying, man. What if that's what these weirdos are trying to do is access that part of the human
I just
psyche?
still think it's super freaking weird that I discovered this stuff and then this is the scene that I'm doing next. I'm drawing the scene as talking to the dead on the hill, and like that's literally and how old is this script?
A couple years?
Strange, right?
Or maybe, Mike, you are Nephilim.
Bro, spoilers.
Oh, that would explain your hair.
Okay.
What if all the I'm running out of things. I'm getting tired, Mike. What if all Japanese people were Nephilim?
I think it's more like all those redheads in
Like the six-fingered giants?
yeah, because the Nephilim were always redheads, right? Like the ones that they claim, like the redheaded giants in like Arizona, New Mexico, that the Indian tribe killed. They were redheads.
Mhm.
The giant of Kandahar was reported to be a redhead.
Have you heard of that podcast I told you about? I mean, I thought I told you about it. So if I did tell you, you would have heard it. It's called Haunted Cosmos.
No,
All right.
not that I recall.
I'll tell you what. I'm gonna look it up and I'm gonna email it to you or text it to you or message it to you.
Word.
It's a couple of Christian guys that go over all these ideas.
Oh, yeah?
They even think that creatures
Man,
like,
there's 38 people watching this nonsense right now,
oh, what's up?
just on YouTube. I don't know if anybody's watching on Twitter. Oh, let me check. Let me see if anybody's watching this over on the. Oh, Bad Anthony was watching earlier.
Let's see.
A lot of people pop in. Daily 1979 on Instagram says there's grains of truth to everything. Now we are getting the whole shaker. Trump, Musk, Vance, Hart. Rock and roll.
True. Yeah, man, this is good stuff right here.
True. It's true. It's true.
Yeah, these guys go all kinds of through all kinds of high strangeness, and from a Christian perspective, pretty good.
Hmm.
I'm gonna put it into the big chat.
Hey, John Mintz showed up. What's up, dude?
Is it there?
I just got a buzz on my phone. Was that you?
Oh, I put something on Twitter. For you could check it out later.
Do you want me to check it out now?
No. What? To finish? Keep you on. I'm just saying, when you get a chance, I highly recommend it for you. I think you're going to enjoy it. I think it speaks your language, my friend.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'm a curiosity seeker, so all this stuff is interesting to me.
It is interesting. I just didn't give it a lot of attention in the past because it was kind of like, it just didn't feel very important. But I feel like these days it is more important because the technology is starting to uncover things. Like I said, if it's true that they found those structures, those columns or tunnels or whatever. Supposedly that other thing is a tunnel, like a hole. So below the column.
Let me break into your thought process there and tell you why this is actually important. So the cameraman who was following this researcher around doing all this stuff, he was a materialist atheist, right? And materialist atheists don't believe there's anything here that isn't physical. They don't believe in the metaphysical. And after following her around and watching them do all these tests on all of these subjects and seeing that they absolutely, like 100% of the time, could read exactly what the other person was thinking, the researcher asked him what he thought about it, and he's just like looks at her and he says, "Do I have to believe in God now?"
Mm-hmm.
Because it just shakes up the whole. Because he's a witness, he saw it all, and he can't deny it. And he was scrutinizing everything because he's a super, not even a skeptic. He was a cynic, right? But some stuff, when it's right in front of your face, it becomes so undeniable. He's like, "Do I have to believe in God?" Which is an interesting question because the fact that you phrase it that way kind of means you didn't want to believe in God, not that you just didn't believe in God, right?
Yeah.
So when you can face, I mean, dude, that's how I went from agnostic to seeking out the truth about the Bible and everything was doing research into near-death experiences. And it's like, this stuff ain't fake, and you can't just dismiss it. There's something beyond our physical reality. And so that was like what cracked the door open for me to start looking into Christianity and whatnot.
The one argument that I heard that I thought was a good effort was I heard Joe Rogan talk about these ideas that maybe your brain is letting, like talking about when you die and you think you see the light and these different things. They're trying to attribute that to a certain
Chemicals, yeah,
that your brain releases of that time. And I thought about that, but the problem isn't that. The problem is all the experiences you have to somehow dismiss beyond that,
Yeah.
before death.
Yeah, and like the people who come back and they say, yeah, I saw you in the room and this is what you were talking about.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah.
Like, how does that work? You know, what are you spinning there? Yeah, it's very interesting stuff. But again, I'm a child of In Search Of, so anything like that is understood.
In Search Of. Yeah, when we were kids, you can watch ABC, NBC, CBS, and PBS, and then some little UHF channels. So PBS.
That was on CBS.
In Search Of was on PBS, yeah.
Or PBS? No, CBS.
PBS, Public Broadcasting System.
No, it was on other channels too, wasn't it?
Was it?
Uh-oh, let me look it up. Let me see. I'm going to figure it out.
Chodorat. Don't embarrass me, Elliot.
I'll tell you what, if you're wrong, I'll just use the word pineapple.
Perfect.
Let's see. Wikipedia. Search of American television broadcast series devoted to mysterious phenomena. It was created after the success of 3-hour documentaries produced by Alan Landsberg in Search of Ancient Astronauts, the film Chariots of the Gods, and Eric Von Daniken, in Search of Ancient Mysteries, and The Outer Space Connection in 1975. Featured narration by Rod Sterling. Interesting. And the spin-off show, Sterling died before production started, and Leonard Nimoy was then selected to be the host. The series was revived by Mitch Pileggi in 2002 and again in 2018 with Zachary Quinto. I remember that for the History Channel.
That's so funny.
Wow.
They had Spock replace Spock.
Yeah. Let's see. Doesn't say here where it was broadcast. I used to love that show. And the way that Nemo, the way it was like that weird 1970s documentary style with the crackling sound, you know, the what do you call it, the sound design? It wasn't sound design. It was just the quality of their recording and that real deep voice. Oh, no. Here, okay. January 5th, 1973, first released, last released 1975 on NBC.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I knew it was on a. I almost never watched PBS except for
Really?
Sesame Street.
I thought it was on there with like Cosmos and stuff.
They may have rebroadcast it there. In 2002, it airs on Sci-Fi Channel, and then 2018 and 19 on History Channel. Yeah, man. I never saw those other ones, though, the In Search of Ancient Astronauts, but pretty much that's all that people talk about anymore. Episode 1 was Other Voices. 2 was Strange Visitors. It was Ancient Aviators. The Bermuda Triangle. Oh, I loved it. Bigfoot, the Killer Bees. This is just the episode lists on X-Files. Earthquakes, The Mummy's Curse, Martians, Atlantis, Psychic Detectives, A Call from Space, Learning ESP, Nazi Plunder, Amelia Earhart, Dracula. That was episode 16.
Oh.
That was my favorite one. I remember the Easter Island Massacre. Yeah. Ghosts, Life After Death, the Loch Ness Monster, UFOs, Voodoo, Inca Treasure, and the Magic of Stonehenge. Are you watching any of that? A buddy of mine turned me on to it. The oh gosh, what's it called? The Blind Frog Ranch.
What?
There's a show on, I want to say it's History Channel or one of those channels. It's called Blind Frog. It's one of those. They say it's been debunked, but see, now I'm questioning every time I see that it's been debunked. By who? By who? because if I don't trust you, I'm going to believe it's still something to look at. And then there was a second season, was The Lost Dutchman Mine, The Man Who Wouldn't Die, Firewalkers, Mayan Mysteries, Astrology, Michael Rockefeller. Oh, did he drown or was he murdered? Hurricanes, The Ogopogo Monster, Pyramid Secrets, Dead Sea Scrolls.
Ooh.
That's weird that they covered that on In Search of. Reincarnation, The Shark Worshippers, and Anastasia. Also, The Secret of Life. That's a pretty broad subject. Immortality, The Swamp Monsters, Hypnosis, Troy, Witch Doctors, Haunted Castles, Butch Cassidy. Examines the possibility that Butch Cassidy was not killed in Bolivia along with Sundance Kid. She lived a full life and died peacefully in 1937.
Oh, let it be so.
Wow.
Paul Newman.
Deadly Ants, the coming.
They'd have to change the ending of the Butch Cassidy and Sundance Kid, though.
They would. That's why they didn't keep it. They kept it because of that. They were talking about cryogenics back then, 1978. Siberian Fireball.
Fire.
Dreams and Nightmares. Animal ESP. Psychic Sea Hunt. Angel of
Mountain Path Music says, wish I had stronger faith, but the biblical stuff became more real to me through the insane archaeological stuff they have found. Yep. That's I can't remember what the saying was, but it was something like every time an archaeologist's spade hits the ground, another atheist is converted or something like that.
I remember when I heard about that they found. Remember when they did this whole big deal that that archaeologists found for the first time actual evidence outside of the scriptures about King David? That they found this tablet that said in the house that it mentions the house of David, and that was the first time they had some actual evidence outside of the Bible for the king.
Yeah.
I thought that was pretty cool. But for me, it was a foregone conclusion. I always believed this as a kid, but I just
sure, of course. Yeah, and then when they found they used these skeptics, which let's put it, they're doubters, they're not skeptics. The skeptics didn't believe that the Assyrians were real because that's the only place that they were ever mentioned in history was the Bible. So it's like, absence of evidence. And then they found like a whole bunch of crap on the Assyrians. It's like, oh, yeah, I guess.
Oh, well.
All right.
What else was there? Let's see. Pompeii. That's interesting to me. Who about D.B. Cooper, the incredible story of the man who hijacked a jetliner, parachuted out with his loot, and was never seen again?
I just saw something about that. Like like his kid or something ratted him out.
Let's see. Air disaster predictions. How about the John the Baptist, an investigation to determine whether the great holy man's remains are in Europe or Egypt?
Mm-hmm. You know what's crazy? There's another biblical archaeological thing. And I noticed this, like I was reading Genesis one time, and it said Rachel, Rachel died on the way, like someplace, and they buried her on the side of the road, right? And I was like, and then the Bible says in there, her tomb is to this day. And I'm like, I wonder if they still know where that is. Oh my gosh. Kimmy's here.
Hey, what's up?
Yeah, and I went and looked it up, and yeah, Rachel's tomb is still there on the side of the road. It's like still got her sarcophagus in it, and it's like a pilgrimage place that Jews go and pray over, basically the mother of you know, well, a couple of the tribes, but is it crazy? It's like I'd never heard about that in any church or anything anywhere, and it's like I just go and Google it, and it's like everybody in Israel knows where it is. They still go out there and do pilgrimages and visit it, and you can go see Rachel's literal tomb today in Israel. Or not, I don't think it's in Israel. I can't remember where it is exactly, but it's exactly where the Bible says it is, like on the road to whatever.
Wow.
It's like stuff like that. Why has no one ever mentioned this? That's pretty crazy considering it's like, you know, she's the mother of a couple of the actual tribes of Israel.
It's that Age of Enlightenment stuff, man. They just assume that stuff isn't important. And they just keep trying to. Well, but then by now, I guess the internet has got a lot to do with the fact that we hear it now because, you know, and that's one of the reasons why we can be grateful for the internet on some level. Sometimes I get mad at it, but I'm like, you know what, though? A lot of this stuff would still be hidden and mysterious.
Yeah.
I'm curious what you're going to do with this, Mike. Are you going to go through the whole thing like that, or are you just doing the bottom?
I'm just doing the bottom.
Mm.
Because, you know, the sun's over here.
Yes, you're right. And I'm foolish. Kevin, you're really committed to this Thundar stuff, huh? Oh, is that the thing for this guy, for John?
Oh yeah. That's I'm trying to put the inks on it and get it wrapped up.
Good, man. Looking good, dog.
Hey, thank you, brother. What you working on?
Nothing. I was just doodling while Mike was drawing.
Well, what you doodling?
So I went and bought one of these goofy pencils because I saw Frank Joe's using them. I'm like, this is stupid. Why did I do that? But I did one of these recently. I just miss the look of graphite, you know, as a drawing medium.
Yeah.
And I remember I used to try to make things look so cool. So anyway, that's what I like about Frank Cho's stuff. I'm hoping that eventually I wouldn't mind selling graphite drawings, you know.
Do you remember Tom Dorenick?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you remember how he broke into Marvel?
No.
So he was, you know, he worked at Malibu with me back in the early 90s. And then I hadn't heard anything from him in like forever. And then I suddenly see him doing these full render pencil drawings and selling them on eBay. And he was doing like really well. But that's like where his market was. It was like eBay. That was his whole market. And, you know, he was just doing that over and over and built himself up this little fan contingency on the pre-social media site that was eBay. And that turned into him actually getting the attention of somebody at Marvel who thought, well, he can sell this stuff on eBay. Why don't we hire him to do something here?
Huh. I just want to practice drawing like I did when I was a kid. Well, I thought it was cool to use feathering. I mean, I do it with my inks. I just like to do it with pencils too.
Okay, does this make sense?
What's that?
What's happening?
They're talking. He's looking. And then the camera's behind them. I don't know what's happening in the bottom panel.
Yeah.
He's getting sucked into the cube. What's supposed to be happening?
Well, you see on this one, he's like just kind of clear. And then this one's like he's kind of starting to shade up. And then this one, he just sort of becomes the shade. He becomes amorphous.
Oh, okay.
I think you should extend some of those lines out beyond his face. Like break up the edge, but don't go as far as it does Is that the same character talking? The same
Yeah.
guy is solid. Okay, so I would start maybe dragging out some of those lines out off his face, like the
On this one.
on the second. Yeah, I think that'll communicate that that's starting to happen. He's disintegrating a little bit.
Hmm.
Do it on a separate layer. See how you like it. Well, you can keep that. You can just start breaking it apart, and then eat into it with white.
I was gonna bleed it out.
Sure. Yeah, I kind of like that already. What do you think, Kev?
Well, oh yeah, it looks good. I was looking at my paper, sorry, as I was drawing.
I'm saying just this technique of him kind of starting to fade out beyond his lines and then going more.
Yeah,
If it's that he's getting sucked away, right? Like he's this
Fading
person-
Yeah,
out.
he's fading out. So
if that's what I think, it is, then I don't want to look at it because Mike's already made me angry with the previous page or whatever. Not angry, but let's say it made me sad.
Aw. Wait, the previous page or the one where he's all burnt to a crisp?
The one where he's all burnt to a crisp.
Yeah.
If that's who I think that is in these pages.
Yes, it is.
Okay. See, that's I don't want to look.
Why?
You can't do this.
You saw this one though, right? This one?
Yes.
See, he's up on the hill. He's on the hill.
Yeah, but it's what it means, and I if it's what I think it is, then I don't want to look. Don't do that to me.
You want to see the page before this one?
Sure.
It's a double page spread.
No.
You like it?
Yeah, as far as technique and stuff like goes, yeah, it's great. Great explosion.
Yeah, technique is great. Yeah.
You like how his limbs are just disintegrating?
I like how it has a Katsuhiro Otomo vibe to it. That explosion is cool.
His body just ripping. Spoilers. Anyone who's gonna actually want to read this book at some point?
Yes.
Very, very spoilers. Of course, with the page, you saw the double page spread before that too, right? He is being gripped by the flaming hand of Incendiary
Oh yeah.
and just getting fried in the flames. Then nobody is a hero. Look at him go. Grabs a knife, plunges it, and then that's why he explodes.
I don't know why you want to do this to me.
Oh yeah, you should have. I was there when I think Elliot, you read the script for the first time, right? And you're like, "What? What do you mean?"
Yeah, I was genuinely moved. Well, gentlemen, I got to skedaddle.
I know you just
understand.
got here, Kev.
Well, I understand. It's
All right,
a man works a real job and
I'll stick
day
around.
job.
I'll doodle some more.
Oh, okay, cool.
Look, you guilted him. Good job, Kevin.
Oh, gee whiz.
Jeez.
Well, that wasn't necessarily my intent. My intent was to be understanding and appreciative that he took his time out to be with us. But if he wants to add a little time to it, I ain't gonna complain.
If I fall asleep on the stream, you know why.
Well, yeah, that's what I was saying. I understand completely about being tired. Um,
No, Mike doesn't care.
Mm-mm.
Yes, that was the most ruthless way you've ever said that. Fool, sucker. You finna stay right there, fool. Oh,
Well, I just feel bad because Kevin just got here.
I know.
You know?
I feel
were
bad.
you going to see a movie or something, Mike?
Yeah, I'm gonna go see
Working Man.
Working Man.
He's not going to see nothing. He was supposed to go like 30 minutes ago.
No, it's got a bunch of showings.
What time is it? Oh, I forgot. Oh, I'm sorry. It's still early over there for you.
That is correct.
Yeah, he's 3 hours behind us.
That is correct, sir. I could even do this like do a splatter of like not what do you think? Driven snow? Just do like, or is that too much like the what's it called?
Oh, I like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like he's disintegrating more particles. Can you add some down there? On the bottom?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's good. That's good. Wrap it up. What? What are you trying to say?
Wrap it up. It's already been 2 hours and 47 minutes I've been working on this.
Ship it.
And then I can flip it to white.
Oh, snap.
Wrinkles in there. Okay, you want me to read the script?
No,
No?
I'm going to be sad.
Oh.
Don't make me angry, Mr. McGee. You wouldn't like me when I'm
But this is
angry.
a very touching scene, right?
Yeah, it's touching. My soul. This is what I mean, guys. When I try to draw and I'm tired, I just can't draw nothing. I'm so wiped out. Typically,
him
like
trying to guilt us so he can leave.
no. I'm saying like I for a while I thought, man, I can't. Okay, what I'll do is I'll draw after work for like another 2 hours, and yeah, on paper that sounds great, but in reality, I can't, man. I'm so tired. I'm getting tired.
Get some sleep, he says.
I will. Maybe I should go get some ice cream, and then I'll fall asleep. All the sugar overload. My diabetes will be screaming at me. Ooh, I love Princess Ariel. Ariel, Ookla, ride! That was one of the first things I bought on Amazon Prime. I bought the full, was it 2 seasons of it?
Oh, really?
I love that show. Love that show. Oh. Did you see that new action figure that came out? That it's on sale now at Entertainment Earth. It's Tony the Tiger with the cereal box and a little cereal and a basketball. He's awesome. That's what that art just made me think of 1980s. Then think about the cereal I used to eat when I enjoyed things like food before.
You know what I should do? I should draw his little piece of grass just falling out of his path.
His ladle. Hey, I'll be right back. I'm gonna use the restroom. I'll be right back.
Oh boy. He's got a theme song going as he goes to the restroom.
The piece of grass falling out of his mouth.
Yeah.
I think I'm done.
Man, I hope this is a swerve.
A swerve?
A swerve. It's
Huh?
wrestling lingo. It means that you're swerving the audience. You're making them think one thing, but then it's something else.
Oh. Like I'm not done?
No.
You see what's
I'm talking about.
Oh,
what's
you
happening.
mean the story? The story. I told you could read the script.
Yeah, but I ain't got time to read right now. I got a whole plate full of.
It's okay. I only suggested it like a year ago, but that's fine.
And I also like seeing the pages come out too. And
Well, apparently not in all cases.
yeah, not in all cases. Messing with my emotions
That's what I do.
because I had ideas for Lone Star, and
Really? Ah,
I had
freaking hell.
story ideas or germinations of story ideas that I was trying to put together, and no use now.
What do you mean no use now?
What'd you do to your character?
Oh, I see. I'm going to keep posting the artwork. So I'm only halfway through the story.
Oh, okay.
But he does look pretty grim on that shot.
Yes. I didn't know if you're trying to say something with that
All
or
right, let's find me a theater.
anyway. Oh, look at the theaters.
I was looking for theater near me. 9197. Nope, not that theater.
And Elliot asked me about that Tony the Tiger figure, and I responded, but I didn't realize I was muted, so he didn't even hear my response.
No.
Dadgummit.
All right, I got one at 9 and one at 9:50. All right, so I got to go to the bathroom right now. So
Oh, okay.
you're in charge.
All righty. Carry on. I'll be right here. All the garbage on my desk, sitting right here. I'll move my insulin pen here. There we go. Now you just see pins for the most part, my keys. So yes, I am inking from the auction last week. I am inking Thundar the Barbarian. Thundar is down here with the energy sword. Then we have Ukla the Mock. I'm trying to get up here close so you guys can see the pin lines and everything else. Some more detail on the leg. If it'll show up in my camera, I gotta hold it still. You can see it. Yeah. So my Thundar face might be a little too intense. Let's see if I can get that up here. There we go. Might be a little too intense. I'm not sure.
Ooh, that looks good.
Oh yeah. Now that you're back, yeah, I was muted, but I was trying to respond to you. I did see that Tony the Tiger figure if it's the same one I'm thinking of. I saw it like when they first solicited or showed it was like about a year ago or something.
Yeah.
Maybe. And it's really cool. Like I love the exaggerated proportions on it, and it makes a neat looking figure.
Yeah, it does.
Who would think a cereal mascot would make a really badass action figure?
I know, right? But between the figure and your art, I'm back in 1984.
Yes, that's fine with me. I'm just trying to. It's one of those things where it's like I want to get it done, but at the same time, I'm having fun trying to improve my inks a little while I'm doing it, or look for new challenges in my inking. Pick up a new vocabulary, yeah, something like that. New techniques, vocabulary, whatever you want to say.
I like it.
Like I'm sitting there looking at like Scott Williams or Tim Townsend or a bunch of different inkers and going, well, how did they do this? How did they do this?
I'm stuck in the 1970s and 80s.
That's fine with me.
I can't get past. Like I appreciate this kind of detail, but when I ink, I like to see it like you know what I think is. I remember I think I told you this before. Some of my favorite inkers were like Joe Rubenstein. And,
yeah.
Later on, Dan Green would be a big deal. But,
yeah.
But even what's the other one I love a lot? He did a bunch of stuff on Ron Friends on Superman.
Brett Breeding.
Brett Breeding, yeah.
Okay, there we go.
Man, it was so good. So that thick bold line, I always liked that.
Yeah.
I didn't really appreciate Joe Sinnott till much later, and because I wasn't a big fan of
What's up, Comics?
Kirby in the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
Hail, Emily Kruger. You guys just totally ignoring the chat, huh? I see how you are.
Oh, I can't see it on my window. That's because I enlarged the screen so I can see Elliot's artwork and a little closer up of the artwork. And I can't see the chat right now.
All right. Well, my son doesn't want to go until the 9:50 showing, so
oh wow,
looks like I'm sticking around.
Oh, that was such a bad thing.
So now you'll be up late, huh?
Whew.
But I don't want to draw the next page, so what should I draw? I got to draw something.
Did you have any of those pieces left over? No, wait a minute. I'm thinking of me. I'm the one drawing the stuff in pencil and, for the auction and like the saber tooth and all. And so I was getting ready to say, hey, do you need to ink any of those pieces for the auction? And it's
I
like,
finished all the.
Yeah.
I finished my Cannonball Special. I finished my Bane.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, you guys did Bane this week, right?
Yeah.
How that worked out?
Oh, you didn't see it? Hold on, I'll grab it.
I told you, Mike, I was working.
Nag.
Let's see if I can pull out the one I did. I finished him up. Just finished the hoses and.
Oh, that's great.
I might do some other stuff with the back. It looks a little rough, but at the same time, I want to keep it not like pristine or super finished looking because it's hitting the clouds, So,
I like the belt.
Yeah, that was the thing I was iffy on. I couldn't think of a design, and I was like, well, if I put the belt, I didn't want people thinking it was like the Punisher or something like that. So I was a little off, but I wanted to just do something different with Bane.
Mm-hmm.
Since the name is Bane, I figured the skull might be a nice little touch, and it's sort of pseudo luchador-y.
Yeah.
So I was like, well, whatever. And anyway, I finished him up from the show finally.
You know what you can do? And that
Oh,
bat,
this is low res. Hold on, let me go to the higher res.
you
one.
could you can take your bat and put like fingerprints of white paint on it,
Oh,
or just break it up like you do with the
the
tissue.
snow. Oh, well, okay, gotcha.
Or the snow. The snow would be good too. Just eat up your edges a little bit.
Yeah, I was trying to like fuzz it out a little. Come on, camera. Yeah, I was trying to fuzz it out, and I was gonna do some of that grid thing, but I was gonna kind of keep it maybe parallel so it wasn't so. I don't know. It was something, but I definitely didn't want to make it pristine and make it like a perfect bat symbol. And then the ink's a little splotchy, so I might fix that up a little bit. Because one thing I learned about this, I went to wash this brush or dip it in water, and I think it absorbed some of the water in the barrel or something.
Yeah.
It started to turn the ink, like the high carb, it started turning it into like an ink wash, and I was like, no. So I'm gonna have to let that dry for a little bit.
That might have been good for your bat though.
Mountain Pass says something Tolkien, Game of Thrones, Hedge Knight related, so I can bid on next time.
Oh, okay.
I don't know when we're gonna do another auction.
Hey, Mountain Pass, did you get the Boba Fett?
Wow, that looks good, Mike.
Do you like it?
Yeah.
Whoa! That's a heck of a slider.
That Wolverine looks great.
Yep.
Thank y'all.
Everything about that looks great. I think
Yeah, it does. I'm just keyed on to the way you handle the mask. That's pretty cool.
Oh yeah. I
I
didn't mean to quite like say that as kind of like a retort to what you were saying, Elliot. I just was kind of I was happy when he was doing it, when he was drawing it on stream or whatever. And
Look at that reflection, Elliot.
Yeah, I see it.
It's cool.
but it,
I just noticed that I did not put the little ridge in right here on his leg. Damn it. All right, and then the other one, he's the Bane. Oh, it's not showing up. That's weird.
What happened?
I has to do the individuals like this.
Oh, look at that.
neat.
Hey, yo, this zoomer thing is weird.
What made you pick Plastic Man?
I don't know. I was just talking in the middle of what we were doing, and I said it'd be funny if he was stretching Plastic Man out. And I'm like, oh, okay. So I did.
That's pretty good.
I love drawing Plastic Man. I hate his outfit, but I love
Yeah.
because I'm so realistic. But I like drawing crazy faces and stuff. It gives me an excuse to do that without breaking my realism type of thing. How about Powdered Toast Man? Nate asks, y'all doing any cons this year? I believe I'm doing Heroes,
That's cool.
but I haven't gotten a confirmation yet. I got offered a table,
Oh, really?
or at least I was told I'm getting offered a table, but I
Okay.
haven't heard from a lady directly that I'm getting offered a table. So
Oh, okay.
if I do get offered a table, then there you go.
That's
all
in
right.
June, right? For
Yeah.
Father's
Yeah, Father's Day.
Mm.
Father's Day weekend, anyway.
If I can make it out there, I'll try, but I don't think I'll be able to.
Ooh. That would be so cool.
That would be epic, Elliot, if we could all do that.
Well, I'd probably be able to attend the show. I wouldn't be able to do it.
You'll be there to hang out with me and Kevin.
First of
Yeah.
all, sir.
And whoever else shows up. Wait, were you just talking about Comic Cons? Yes, Melissa. We're talking about Heroes Con. It would actually be fun to draw powdered toast, man. I'm not gonna lie. Powdered toast. Man.
I've been suggesting for a long time to do cereal mascots on the show too,
Yeah.
just
That's a
to
good
see how fun it would be to do more animated
back.
styles.
What if it was like an aggressive looking character, like what if he turned like Tony the Tiger was a real tiger, or like a violent tiger, or the Snap Crackle Pop guys were like little magic beings.
Yeah.
I could do that. That'd be fun.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. And I'm going to try to go the other way and try to see if I can just do something stylistically cartoony, but still have some kind of edge. I don't know. The closest thing that pops in my head is like Joe Madureira or something like that, or trying to think of the people who do more cartoonier style. But something along those lines.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah. No, it's like,
wait a minute. That is pretty cool. Just keep it simple.
yeah. Well, I mean, as far as what you expect from me, anyway. Everybody does. With it being the cereal mascots, everybody can kind of take it their own way. I've been kind of jonesing to do something, see if I could do something a little bit more animated in some way, shape, or form.
Oh man. Da, 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 da. I don't know why, but my art is flipped on my screen.
Really?
Yeah, my camera shows it on my screen. It shows it. The Hulk is standing right, like top right to bottom left, but Mike said last time it's straight. I don't know.
I don't know what causes that.
Me neither. It might be I dropped the camera by accident. I wonder if it got jostled or something.
I wonder if maybe
And
it's
now for a little ASMR.
Uh-oh.
Beef quesadillas.
Oh.
Thank you, Jesus.
What does ASMR mean again?
Oh. Jade said, awesome. I got a hero's table. That'd be great. I hope I can work it out.
They're usually really good. I mean, especially if you got some, like you, where you got some really good credentials. I'm sure they'd want to have you and get you on there and confirm you. So I can't imagine that being too hard of a problem.
Well, hopefully. How much is a table, anyways?
I'm not quite sure. I actually gotta get my paperwork back to the people there soon, because we all each of us have to do our own paperwork. I mean, we're all part of Tsunami, but we're we still got to get our paperwork in and all that good stuff.
I haven't been there since mid-90s.
Really? Oh, okay.
Yeah. Oh, $3.75 for an artist alley table? Yee.
That's not too bad anymore.
No?
Yeah, New York is $5.
San Diego charges you now.
But they do.
Isn't that crazy? They never have before. Now they're charging artists.
Oh, wow. How much are they charging?
$500.
Woo!
That's New York.
That's half an 8-foot table. That's 4
That's
feet.
half of a table?
Yep.
Gee whiz.
Yup.
I don't know.
Man, I wish I just had the extra cash. I'd just go in and try to buy a corner booth or something and sit all of us there. That way you could be guaranteed and be able to chill out.
Well,
That'd be cool if we could just get a whole section.
Yeah.
I'll be in the appliance section. Hey guys, these guys are selling art. You get a free dishwasher with every.
A free
kind of-
dishwasher.
It was kind of a bummer because I just got a notification at the Heroes. They'd have these art suppliers set up there. There's a store called Cheap Joe's, and I just got a notification they're going out of business. So I'm
What?
guessing they won't be doing Heroes anymore. I think Eon will have or they did last year. Eon had a table, so you get some supplies there. But it's kind of a bummer that there may not be any art supply guys there at the show.
That sucks.
Yeah,
I like Cheap Joe's.
yeah, I know. They posted a thing on, I believe it was Facebook, a big white notification saying, "Hey, we're going out of business. Pleasure to serve you all these years, but time to close."
Man, I tell you what, that's gonna be a sad day. When Blick, we have Blick here, and we have
Mm-hmm.
Orlando is Sam. Is it Sam? I forget. It's been there forever, man, and it's a great store. It is awesome. What's it called? I want to say Sam Ash. That's a music store here.
Oh,
Something else.
yeah.
Sam.
I love that Sam Ash.
Sam Hill.
Sam Flax. I think it's called
Sam
Flax.
Goody?
Sam Flax.
Oh, okay.
Son of a bitch. I'll check it. You don't mind?
The whole plate?
Yeah.
Not even that much.
Take what you want.
Yeah. Let me see. What else I got right here?
Hmm.
Not a lot of stuff to look at. Let's go through the sketchbook.
Who was it? Mount Pass. I put a page up from Hedge Knight today on Comic Art Fans. I'm probably going to wait until the actual TV show comes out later this year before I start really kind of selling my original Hedge Knight art, though.
Capitalize on the success. Make the most of the timing.
Mm-hmm. All right. You sure you want it? All right. I'll be back. Then I might come back and draw some thing.
Oh,
Any
cool.
suggestions in the chat? What should I draw?
Sketches.
That's all I really got.
Pretty cool Hulk back there too.
Which this one?
No, wait a minute. Yeah, that one. Yeah.
Yeah. What do you think about that Superman costume, man?
The Superman. Oh, I can honestly tell you, I hated it.
I still do.
Yeah, it's too thick and denimy. I don't know. It like to my eyes, it reads like denim. It's too heavy. It's
Yeah.
too something. Doesn't work for me. And I was wanting to like it. I was wanting to.
Ah, powdered toast, man.
Camera a little lower down on the table.
Boys, it's almost 11:30. I gotta get some tea.
You gotta hightail it.
Yeah, I think I am. Here's my bat.
All right.
My bat 2C.
Lone Star cards.
And I got this Hulk. You see the Hulk?
Yes. This
Cool.
is my Hulk.
He's got feet too. Look at those feet.
And he knows
Gnarly.
All right. That's all I got. That's all. I'm gonna get some sleep. I appreciate you guys. I love y'all.
Much love, Elliot. Good seeing you, man.
Y'all be good now. You here?
Later, buddy.
Peace.
See you, brother.
And then there were two.
Exactly.
Powdered toast. Man. I don't know. Should I do powdered toast, man? It's been I don't think I've ever drawn powdered toast, man.
I know I have it. I don't think I've ever been asked to do that.
Jiminy says, Elliot.
Exactly.
It's too late, Jiminy. He's gone. Oh. All right, I need more light. And I'm going to need to change my camera. All right, 8:24. I got about an hour.
Oh, okay.
It's about an hour. An hour and change.
I wonder if I lift this up a little.
Nice of you to come and hang out with us. Kevin.
Oh, no problem. There'll be lots of times on the weekend where I see you start up a stream or something. I want to do it. It's just a lot of times I'll be in the middle of something, or I might be away from home and just can't do it.
Man, I don't know what's going on. It's like my computer won't recognize two of these cameras at the same time, so I just have to move my camera around so that you can see what I'm doing.
Oh, okay.
Look at my shiny bling bling. Shiny bling bling on my brain ring.
It's weird.
By the way, anybody wants to learn how to do some good writing, Save the Cat. This book is an invaluable resource for learning basic story structure and beats and all that kind of fun stuff. The Blake Snyder Save the Cat beat sheet. Check it out. Check it outers. Draw Nightcrawler, Mike. Nightcrawler or Powdered Toast Man? Nightcrawler might actually be more fun. If I were to draw a Nightcrawler, then I have to come up with a good pose. What do you think, Kevin? You're muted.
I had to mute for a second. What do I think? What, a character or pose?
Well, Nightcrawler or Powdered Toast Man?
Oh. I don't know.
It's funny because Blue Moon Cartoons says draw Powdered Toast. First he said draw something cartoony, then he said draw Powdered Toast Man, and I'm like, if I draw Powdered Toast Man, I'm not drawing him cartoony. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, you don't want to stretch your wings a little bit, see if you can challenge yourself to do something a little?
I can draw cartoony.
Mhm.
I'm not going to do it on an 11 by 14.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I'll go a little smaller if I'm going to draw something cartoony. Wow, that is a thicker piece of paper, isn't it? Well, if that's the case, let's do Powdered Toast Man.
You can always do Nightcrawler. Anytime. Anytime. But it's a rare occasion when the muse hits to do a Powdered Toast Man.
Yeah, if I was doing him realistically, I'd want to actually draw him as Kirk Douglas. Kirk Douglas as Powdered Toast Man.
Sorry, I'm going quiet. I'm using this occasion to look up some of John Dell's inks.
Oh yeah, why?
Just the way he was inking Brandon on Mystic and stuff. Like you have to be there. I don't know. It's just a different flavor than seeing John work. He did some really nice inks on Brandon's stuff. It's so weird because he's a brush inker and just throwing down some really nice lines.
Why is that weird? Because you're just used to Brandon being inked with a quill. That's how he inks himself.
or more of these more flashy guys, I guess. Maybe that's what I'm trying to say. Not even flashy because that kind of diminishes the talent. I don't know what I'm trying to say. But I'm trying to describe it. It's like trying to describe the color blue. I'm using the best words I can think of. But yeah, you're used to seeing a lot of these other guys, and they do a great job. But John Dell was, being there at CrossGen and seeing him work, it was a bit of a treat, seeing how all that unfolded.
How many of those guys at CrossGen stuck around Florida, like after they moved there from wherever else?
That's a good question. I know I moved because I had roots, and I was still paying on an apartment in Blacksburg where I lived, and because my cousin was living there, he was my roommate, and I was just like, I'll pay on it so that way he can keep it, and he doesn't get have to go out, get booted, and with me moving away and stuff like that, I didn't want him to get booted. So it was still there. So I didn't really have a lot of reason to stay, but I really liked it around there. I really liked that part of Tampa. So it's kind of crazy.
Oh, was it in Tampa? I didn't know that.
Huh?
I didn't know it was in Tampa.
Yeah. It was in Tampa. It was actually in a place called Oldsmar, it's really weird. It was like a not even a Tri-Cities kind of thing, but it was kind of like that. Like you had Oldsmar, which is on the outskirts of Tampa, and it was kind of a little bit more laid back. It wasn't like city-like, but you still had a lot of cool things nearby. Cool comic stores, movie theaters, things like that. Big 4-lane highways on each side. So it kind of felt like you were in the city. But everything was kind of flat. Not a lot of, office buildings or tall buildings. And and then around Oldsmar, you could drive into Tampa, and then at the same time, you just go like 30 minutes, you'd be in St. Petersburg, and then what was the other one that was Clearwater or something? Yeah, I think that's what it was. It's been a while. It's been 20 years or so since I've been there. 25, yeah. Oh my God. Whoo, time does fly.
Yeah. I ever tell you Brandon tried to get me to join?
No, I didn't hear about that.
Yeah. It was just one time when we were out in San Diego, and I knew him from Wildstorm and
Mm-hmm.
all that kind of image stuff. He was just like, "What do you think about Florida?" Like, I live in San Diego. No.
Yeah. You don't have the hurricanes like they have in Florida.
Yeah. He gave me one of those, like, was it a folder, a brochure, or something like that? Did you get one of those?
I can't remember. It's been that long. I know that I talked to a few people on the phone, and that was pretty much it. It might have been, I think it was Bart that initially called me and told me they were considering me or something like that. Or either, man, it was so funky. It was so weird because there was a big old power struggle for the art director's chair at the time that I was coming down there, and I didn't know about it, so it was like 1 minute so and so is calling me, and Bart or whatever, and I think it was, trying to remember the contact. But anyway, to get to, I had been doing like just from home. I did a couple of cover pieces or something like that. Working on some cover pieces, and I was sending them in, and they liked that, and they were like, "Hey, you want to come down?" And I was like, oh, "Okay, cool." And that was my first big travel thing, was to move down there, and that's pretty much how it worked out. And then when I came down there, Brandon kind of pulled me aside and, "Hey, this is how the politics are here."
Oh, no.
And then it's from Brandon's perspective, obviously, and then my buddy Don Hillsman, he was giving me the skinny on how the politics were from his perspective, and kind of more the worker bee kind of perspective, because Brandon was the art director there at the time. When I came down, it changed to Bart a few months in after I had came in.
Oh, really? I didn't even know that.
Yeah, and let me see. But it was. I love the area. I had a lot of fun. It was nice to be in a little cubicle and doing my work around other artists, like a studio. But it was just neat because some of these people I really wanted to see, or I could appreciate. Like I knew John Dell from, or at least I knew of his work from Howard Porter. But then to see him meet Brandon and the skill it took there to kind of take those lines of Brandon's and do that with a brush is like, wow.
Do. Yes, Kirk Douglas Toast Man.
It's so weird. I can see kind of a little bit of a sketchy outline, a light sketchy outline on my camera, but I can't see hardly any of it.
Really? That's weird.
I don't know why. It's something. It might be a contrast thing or something on my.
I see it on mine.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Start with the outline.
it was such a bummer though, because when I got down there, because I was doing some stuff for Sigil, and I was a fill-in guy on Sigil. I did like 3 issues or something like that, maybe 4. I can't remember. But I was doing covers too, and I was like, man, my first covers. Oh, this is awesome. Or at least my first covers for a high-profile company, because they were all in the news and stuff because
Yeah. And then
and then I got that, and then Scott Eaton came in, and they were like, "Oh, Scott's actually the regular penciler on here," and I was like, "Doggone it!" I was kind of, I got so used to these characters, I thought I was doing it, and I mean, they told me the skinny later, but it was kind of one of those things where when I was doing it, I was just like, "Oh, I'm having so much fun with these characters."
Sigil. I thought that was Jim Chung.
No, that's Jimmy Chung did Scion. It's easy to get those mixed up.
Scion.
Yeah. Sigil was kind of like a spacefaring what's a good way to compare, or something to compare it to, because it's really was kind of its own thing. It was like kind of like a superhero epic, but in space, and they had these cool dinosaur humanoids.
Wait. You were there when James Rochelle was there, right?
No.
Oh.
Pretty sure. Because I left or fired, however you want to say it. They're like, oh, they gave me the option to quit.
You always have the option to quit.
Yeah, exactly. They're playing some hardball tactics with me. I won't get into it, but anyway. Yeah, when I was leaving, that's when they started to get let me see. That was right around when they were starting to get Paul Pelletier, and I think that was right before they got Aaron to do some stuff, and a wave of a few other creators that were
I totally forgot Aaron was there. What was he working on?
I think maybe they made up another book for him, or they had another property idea they had, and they put him on that, or something. I'm trying to remember too. It was a long time ago. At least 25 years is a long time now. But
long time ago.
But it's cool. I get to sit in there with Jimmy Chung and Don, who was inking him, and
Did you get to know Jim?
Yeah. Even he was nice enough to like. Don had to. Something happened, and Jimmy had to leave to go back over to England for a little while, or maybe it was a vacation or something.
Isn't that the weirdest thing?
Yeah.
You look at him, and then he opens up his mouth, and he sounds like he's a freaking Brit, and you're like,
yeah. Yeah, we used to joke with him. Yeah, it was so great because he would. Well, I can't say it on your stream, and also you probably wouldn't be respectful religiously speaking, but there were curse words that I would say, and a little bit more of a southern accent for him.
Uh-huh.
And he would spend the day trying to learn how to do my accent and say the words the way I would say them. It was so funny. You'd come by laughing and stuff. But yeah, I apartment sat for him while he was back over in England for
cool.
For a couple of weeks or something like that. It was I'm trying to remember how long it was. But anyway,
boy, that little dude can eat. Holy cow!
Yep.
We went to Fogo de Chao with him and me and what's his face from New York Comic Con, the The guy that heads the Artist Alley. What's his name?
So Mike.
Yeah, Mike
Mike
something.
Nesmith.
Nesmith.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, him and Ed McGinnis. We went to Fogo de Chao, and freaking that dude just ate plate after plate after plate. I'm like, what in the heck, dude? You're like 130 pounds.
Yeah. That's funny that you mentioned that because it's true. He was the one that introduced me to sushi too, and he would eat a lot of sushi around the office and stuff. And yeah, Jimmy definitely was an eater. I remember that about him.
It's crazy. Like, I don't know how he does it. He's like that guy, that world champion hot dog eater. He's a little skinny Asian dude.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Basically, Jimmy.
Well, when he was in a good mood, and it wasn't that he was in a bad mood, but there was a little friction between him and Don sometimes because he was very meticulous about how he wanted the inks and stuff. Don inked him great, and I was kind of like, and again I'm younger, and I kind of looked at it, I was like, dude, it looks beautiful to me. But they would kind of not clash. It was just Jimmy would ask, change this. So I don't want to say he was in a bad mood. I don't want to like say anything mean, but it was like there were days that Jimmy definitely, man, he was funny and would have a good attitude and stuff, and he was like just fun to be around. Just like I said, he'd just come up to me and lean over the cubicle and try to imitate my thing, and he was trying to get it, and I told Jimmy, I said, you better be careful, man. If you don't watch it, you're going to start sounding like me too much, and you're going to have to watch Austin Powers movies to get your accent back. He loved that.
Yeah, he seems like a super nice guy.
Yeah. Yeah, he definitely, he seemed to keep his head down and didn't really want a lot of drama and get involved in the office politics and stuff. And there was a lot of us were Will Quintana, the colorist, and on my book, and or at least no, not my book. What am I saying? But he's colorist on Sigil, and I was doing it at the time. He was great. He's a nice dude. Lots of people. Steve Epting was really cool. Steve Epting, I think, was on like the other side of my cubicle. I'm trying to think of all the people that were there. I really enjoyed working with. Brandon had his own office and stuff like it. He was kind of reclusive. But it's still fun to see his pages, man. I swear it was one, like I was so into his stuff, and I was just like, man, he's got to put a lot of work in it. And I think he had one weekend where he had to do like 8 pages or something over a weekend, and and most of us like, there's no way the way he draws, there's no way these pages are going to get done. And somehow he did it. He came in, dropped them in on Monday. And he's like, I got to go get some sleep. And he just dropped him in the office, like, here you go, and then went home. We didn't see him for like a day or two. That was crazy. That was my first kind of like, since I was still kind of new, that was my first like, holy crap, people expect you to do that. And because I was still working on a page a day, and I was lucky to get that done because you get to a point where your skills are so good that what you can kind of bust out and get done, and if there's corners that you can cut, where to cut them so that the art doesn't suffer, and things like that. And I wasn't there yet. I still didn't have the experience to do that. And So I was like, there's no way Brandon's going to be able to do that. And he turned them in, and they were cool looking pages. And so I got a lot of respect for him when he did that. But HeroesCon's a more family oriented kind of show, and they're really laid back. So I can't imagine you would have too much trouble getting a table for the show.
I just want to make sure I have one before I, commit to
Yeah.
plane tickets and crap like that.
Oh yeah.
Wait, does Powder Toast Man have boots?
I want to say he
Oh,
did.
boots.
Yeah. I was gonna say. I want to say, from my memory, he does.
Well, there you go. Now he's got boots. Well, if we ever do a Powdered Toast Man drawn and quartered, I'll be done in 10 minutes.
You'll definitely have it locked up because I've never drawn that character, so I'd be fighting on it.
I think he's got little sparkly things. Yeah. All right. I gotta draw some little sparkles. Blue Moon Cartoon says that is a great Powdered Toast Man. See, now you can't say you never drew him. Powdered Toast Man. Oh man, Ren and Stimpy was so good.
Really good line weights on that one figure. Just chilling and able to do some really neat line weights. They're subtle and yet they're definitely there.
You talking about me
Yeah,
on this?
yeah, like on your on the lats and on the tricep of the one arm that's mostly fully inked and stuff, and you can see the little angular areas and stuff like that where it starts to get a little thicker.
Thank you, sir.
And you're using a quill right now, or what are you using?
Yeah, it's a quill.
Oh, okay. I have something on my desk that's blocking my view. I can't really see my screen as well as I like to.
There we go. Powdered Toast Man with extra sparkles.
Nice.
You really did draw Powdered Toast Man. What do you think? Powdered Toast Man drawn and quartered next week.
Yeah, you're going to be more prepared than us.
He's a cartoon, so I can't fill him in with detail and stuff. This is probably more detailed than I needed him to be. What? No, Maru. That's my other quill. I got two. See? One is Maru, one is... actually, they're both zebra.
Okay.
One's just the smaller one, the more detailed one.
Oh, okay. I was going to ask you if you were using a G pen or something like that. G pen nib.
You really did draw? Jiminy, why are you yelling at Melissa in the chat? All right. 851.
What?
851. All right, what's next? Some person says, quick, cling tenaciously to my buttocks. I don't think I have time for anything horribly detailed, but I kind of do want to draw Nightcrawler now.
Oh, okay. Well, see, yeah, you finished it so fast that you had a little time.
Hellstorm. Sorry. Hellstorm says, how long has it been since you guys drew a horse and drawn and quartered? Ellis might have been on that one. I don't even know when the last time we did a horse on D&Q was.
Yeah, my brain is fried on that one. I know Thundar. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, you go ahead. I was just reading the chat.
I know. I was going to say. I know Thundar has a really cool horse. It's got the or either it was Ukla, one or the other. They ride a really cool horse. It's got this big giant mohawk. It's really cool.
I did not draw a horse on the Conan one. No. Herm. How about if I just start with a knee in the front? Start with a great big knee. Who's your favorite artist to draw Nightcrawler?
Let me see. Whose Nightcrawler would be probably the most fun? The guy. I guess I would say the guy that really took some chances on playing with his redesign a little bit. So I'd have to go with Carlos Pacheco.
Yeah.
I mean, John Burns is good. I like that, but there's something like Pacheco seemed to have a lot of fun playing with his design some.
And put him in a little pirate outfit, right?
Yeah, well, like he would take the little V-shaped red thing and he turned that into kind of like a not a sash, more like a poncho or something like that. And then he gave the gloves. I remember he would sometimes give the gloves kind of like a more swashbuckler pirate kind of thing going on. And yeah, he would just he looked like he was having fun with drawing Nightcrawler. So that's why I give the edge to Carlos on that one. How about you? I know it's probably maybe Paul Smith, maybe.
How do you know these things?
Well, I know you like Carlos, and I know you like Paul Smith. So those would be my first guesses.
Yeah. Good guess. Paul always drew him so lithe and athletic and I don't know. Just good stuff, man.
Yep.
I wonder how Paul is doing. I haven't talked to him in decades.
I want to say he's still doing art because I every now and then I see something pop up on Facebook that seems like they're more recent commissions or something. So maybe even Twitter. I think I'd seen him. Maybe I think he posts on Twitter sometimes.
I think he probably got a little Trump deranged.
Oh.
Because he stopped talking to or his art page even blocked Mike Barron.
Oh wow.
Yeah, and they were like friends for 40 years.
Yikes. That's sad. Hate hearing that.
Paul Smith is still drawing. He's on Twitter.
So I was right. Okay. Because I'd see something pop up in my feed every now and then from him. And, it'd be a new piece of artwork or something. Well, it basically was just art. I'd never see him post anything political, so it had to be art if I see him if he posts anything. I feel like those lines are too big for the background, and I should have used the smaller pen for the wee background.
The way about green tea. Do 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 do.
What do you think? Is that too thick for background lines? As far as separating.
It's fine. No, Paul just disconnected with Mike Barron, so
Wow.
and I'm not sure it's Paul or it's just the people running his art page on Facebook.
Oh, okay.
Still got 22 people watching.
Awesome. You had a high of around 38, I think it
Yeah.
was, when I was looking. That's pretty good for unannounced draw stream.
Yeah, no drama draw stream. Oh, I finished watching Reacher.
Oh, did you? Oh, okay, cool. So I can talk about it, at
Hold on a
least
second.
vaguely
Somebody's
talk.
calling me. I don't know who it is.
Oh, okay. Well, anyway, everybody out there, hope you're still hanging in there. There's a little close up again. Yes, and let's see. Trying to draw part of a boat because in the Thundark cartoon there was basically the Earth is like post-apocalyptic to an extent. Comet goes by, the moon gets destroyed, the tides go all crazy, and it's not uncommon to see a distressed ship in the middle of a forest or jungle or something like that. Just all kinds of crazy stuff.
Explaining Thundar to who?
To the people out there,
Oh, do they not know what Thundar is?
well, you might have some people that didn't see it.
True. Strafe.
I mean, you got to think about it. Like, there was only, what was it? I think Elliot said there were 2 seasons, and each of those seasons was only like 13 episodes. Meanwhile, like G.I. Joe, Thundercats, Transformers all had like 60 episode seasons.
Hmm.
So Thundar was kind of a niche in the grand scheme of things, was kind of a niche cartoon,
I
even though it
mean,
was on
it's fine.
ABC or NBC, or whatever it was that originally. Maybe it was ABC. Are you still on the phone?
No, no, no.
Oh, okay, cool. I didn't
It's just
want
a blast from the past.
Yeah. In the days of Saturday morning cartoons.
Mm-hmm. Thundar. I didn't realize it was so short. It was
Yeah.
just such a part of my childhood. I figured it was just.
Yeah, crazy, isn't it? You know,
Yeah.
it's one of the ones that had barely any episodes.
Much less remember. You're old, Mike. Most people aren't over a half a century old. You're older than me. Hellstorm says, "I'm not feeling that new Red Sonja actress, Matilda Lutz. I don't know who that is."
Yeah, I saw pictures of it. She's wearing well, obviously she's a redhead, but she's wearing a kind of it's the costume is close, but it's definitely a lot more coverage on the body than the actual Red Sonja bikini thing, the chainmail bikini. But she is wearing chainmail.
The bikini mail is not part of her costume.
Well, it is. The picture that I saw, she had, at the top and everything's that, scale mail or whatever it is. But there's more to the costume in those areas so that it covers up more.
Okay.
It's floating around on Twitter somewhere. If I find it, I'll send it to you in chat. She just doesn't look. And again, you're judging it on one picture, and I hate to be too skeptical, but she doesn't seem happy to be there. Like, the actress doesn't have a expression like she's into it, I guess, maybe.
She's not thrilled, eh?
Yeah. Like, whereas, like, there's a bunch of pictures right now online of Daredevil's new costume for season 2.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks amazing. I hate all black costumes. Like like if his character is not really supposed to have one.
Mm-hmm.
But this is awesome. It's got the D's, the 2 D's logo on his chest, and it's red, and it looks amazing.
I heard that's for next season.
Yeah. They're filming next season right now.
So that means he doesn't get his costume on this season.
He's had his costume in the first episode, and then
Well,
as far as comic accurate, are you saying comic accurate?
no, I mean, I haven't seen the latest episode, but
Oh, okay.
yeah, he hasn't had his costume on since the first episode.
Latest episode is definitely he has the costume on.
Oh, cool. That's good after the previous episode.
Mhm.
It's like
they dropped 2 episodes this past week.
What?
Yeah.
Oh,
Because
man.
see, they have a schedule. Like, they'll do this. Marvel does this, and I know they did it with Star Wars. I think the terrible Star Wars stuff, and the terrible Marvel stuff. I'm not trying to say they're like Agatha was horrendous. But what happens is if they have a schedule and they're trying to like debut the next thing, whatever the next thing is, the next series, they'll go and drop 2 episodes a week if you're running up on the deadline for the next episode to start or the next TV show to start.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So
That's
they'll just it's just one thing that they do.
You think they could schedule that ahead of time?
Yeah. And it's also really annoying because a lot of the times when they do that, you go, "Oh, awesome! There's 2 episodes. This is so finally I can kind of dig into the story. Maybe we'll get somewhere." And it's almost like clockwork. It'll be the shortest episodes of the seasons. It's like, and they did it this time with Daredevil too, and I was so mad. I was like, "What?" But Daredevil is definitely in costume. Of the 2 new episodes that dropped, the second episode is he's definitely in costume, and you get some fighting and some momentum built. But yeah, Reacher. Oh, so annoyed me.
Oh, really? Why?
Did you see the last episode?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the one thing that just was glaring, the kid has no, like, they write him, whoever's writing like writes it with no common sense or anything like that. Like that whole scene where
grab the Uzi, right?
Yeah, and the kid had no emotion. I was like, what?
Are you saying he's not a good actor?
I'm saying definitely whoever was directing the scene didn't stop and say, hey, hold on. You just watch this guy die, and that's the best you got is you look like you're downtrodden. That's the best emotion he could get is downtrodden. I don't know. There was something about that guy's the kid's acting that when I say kid, the guy looks like he's coming into his 30s. Did you get that? I don't know. Maybe you didn't. But to me, he looked like he was getting ready to go into his 30s.
I didn't really think about it, actually.
Oh, okay. I don't know. There was just so many little things. I was like, I think this might be the worst season of Reacher. The fight scene with the big guy was.
I didn't like the chick.
The cop.
Yeah.
Or FBI agent. I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's nothing there. I just didn't feel it.
Yeah. There was no chemistry. There was no acting skills.
Yeah. I mean, the most to her characters, she had like the New York accent or something, New Jersey or New York or Boston, something.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that's...
maybe they wanted to temper down everybody's acting skills so that Alan Richardson looks better.
Yeah. Maybe. The fight with Paulie was just so annoying because they established already that Paulie knocked the living you-know-what out of him.
With a slap, yeah.
Yeah. And then so, like, at some point in the fight, he just starts taking the punches from Paulie like it was nothing. And I'm like, what? And I was like, this dude's huge. I don't know how you resolve this fight scene, but I definitely didn't see that. And, it was kind of creative how it ended, what he used to end the fight, but
would that work?
Yeah, exactly. It was just kind of like out of nowhere, and it was one of those things like, what a bizarre, out of left field thing to do, I guess.
Hold on. We've got some interjection in the chat here. Story time with friends said the fight between Mike's cousin and the Hispanic detective was good. Trying to remember what he's talking about.
Yeah, that wasn't bad. I mean, for him being a You know where they were in the bathroom? They were fighting in the bathroom, and
yeah.
and he used the toilet lid to beat the crap out of the guy.
Right. Mike's cousin, eh? Mike's cousin, eh?
Exactly. What? Where did that come from? That's kind of left field.
That was Edwin.
Oh, okay.
Edwin Boyette being a smartass in the chat. All right, let's ink us some Nightcrawler. Let's start here.
And a show like that, if it's going to keep going, it would probably benefit it at least a little bit from there being some kind of start introducing a subplot or a long-term villain that knows about Reacher and starts making life really hard for him.
Or what they would do, I think it's because it's based on books, so each one is its own little adventure.
Mm-hmm.
But like what they do in normal made-for-TV series is it's like you set up the next season's villain.
Yeah.
In this season.
That's what I mean, yeah. Start throwing in little breadcrumbs of something where somebody says, hey, you know, what's going on here? What's this? What's with this special investigators guy? Or, you know, we've got photos, something, descriptions. This guy's making waves. He's starting to be a problem. Something like that.
Yeah. Anthony Michael Hall put in a typical Anthony Michael Hall performance.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was pretty mid.
Yeah, that's my feelings on it, and it is befuddling because you know, well, that's the thing about Anthony Michael Hall. It's sad when that was his performance was probably the most emotional or solid in terms of trying to be a dad.
Yeah, that scene, his last scene, well, not the last scene, but the trying to make it up to him scene.
Yeah,
was good, and then it was cute using the toy gun.
That. So,
and you know, he was set up to die. He had to die in the story. Spoilers.
No.
Hope you're still muted.
Okay. Oops. Alrighty.
But it's like that when you're writing a story, and it's like, okay, you've got a character, and you want to have some sort of sympathy for the character, but you know he's done stuff that's too far beyond the line. So it's like, all right, we're gonna have to whack this one.
Yeah. But the kid just bothered me. I think the only time I even remotely liked him was the scene where Reacher's, I think it was, maybe it was last week's episode or something. He goes up to him and he's like, we need to teach you how to fight.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, some of this is pretty funny.
Trust me, you'll always be the smaller guy.
Yeah, exactly. I think maybe they could have benefited from a better director for some of these episodes, I think.
Yeah. You know what's funny is I knew Anthony Michael Hall was tall, so it's like when I saw him next to Reacher, I'm like, man, how tall is Reacher? And then Anthony Michael Hall is like 6'1", and Alan Richardson's only like 6'4".
That's not bad though. I mean, 6'4" is
right,
good.
Right, but it's like it's not like hulking tall. It's just kind of average tall.
Yeah.
But it's like they're always playing it off like he's like 6'8" or something.
Yeah.
And that other guy was probably like 6'8".
Yeah. He's a big dude, and I was surprised. I don't know. I have to go look, but I don't think he was cast in that Masters of the Universe movie, and I fully expected him I was like, dude, he should be on somebody's radar. As big as that guy is, the guy playing Paulie anyway.
Yeah.
The mountains in are going to be in the Masters of the Universe movie.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
The mountain who rides, Sandor Clegane. Oh wait, no, that's not Sandor. Sandor's the Hound.
Yeah. Exactly.
Gregor. What's up, Bruno? Storytime with Friends. Edwin says this was maybe the most comic book season of Reacher, though. I think they were trying to turn him into Batman.
Yeah.
He does not have the gravitas, or not the gravitas. He doesn't have the acting chops for Batman.
I just don't see him. I think I just don't look at him and go Batman. That's my problem. Like I know he says he wants to be Batman, but I just like I think you're just a little too big, and I think you're a little too. I don't know. Like what's the word I'm looking for? He doesn't have that kind of dark vibe to him. Like it doesn't come off that way. Like he's too square jawed. He's more Superman than Batman. If I was to use a comparison,
He's too big because the you can't have like people who are comic book big in movies because you have like Chris Hemsworth is Thor and Henry Cavill is Superman, and that works. But it's like when you've got a character that's not supposed to be in comic books, it's exaggerated, right? So
Yeah.
like the way I'm drawing Nightcrawler, like in real life, that's a Chris Hemsworth arm.
Mm-hmm.
But like in comic books, that's lithe and athletic, and
Yeah.
not bodybuilder. Like what you're drawing right now is like Superman size, but can you imagine a guy putting a suit on with that kind of muscle mass?
Yeah, exactly. He'd look
Right?
huge.
So we have this. Yeah, that guy is just too big to be your average superhero, or he'd have to be like Bane, someone who's just ridiculously huge.
Yeah, exactly. And that's not exactly my point, but it's very close to what I was trying to say in terms of imagine him with the tuxedo on, imagine him, trying to be normal going into with a suit on going into Wayne Enterprises and stuff like it. It was just he stands out a little too much. And to me, because he's so chiseled, so he's very square jawed. It just,
Yeah, he's got a good comic book look for him, but he doesn't have a good movie look for him.
yeah.
Like Vin Diesel.
I wanted him to be He-Man, but it didn't work out that way.
But he doesn't have the acting chops.
Well, for He-Man, he doesn't really need. He doesn't. He doesn't need to. He can get away with being, kind of a stereotypical.
Meathead.
Yeah, meathead because it's He-Man, and
And Prince Adam can be an idiot.
yeah. Yeah, or you can have somebody else, and that's the thing. You would definitely have to have two actors for it. It would be kind of a Shazam kind of situation, because there's no way you're going to CGI him into like Skinny Steve or something like that from Captain America. Be too expensive to do it regularly. It'd be silly, probably.
Well, in the cartoon, Adam was just as buffed as He-Man.
Yeah. But nowadays they kind of separate the body types a little bit more from a lot of the most recent media. Going back as far as 2002, the cartoon that came out from Mike Young Productions, they started to make Adam more of a kid and more skinny, and
Oh, really?
and He-Man. They would separate it. Yeah, it was only Filmation that. Well, it's not just Filmation. Going back to its roots. All right, guys, I'm being nerdy. Just bear with me. I'll spit it out. The mini comics drew Adam as kind of being about as big as He-Man, but wearing all the regal, kingly or princely clothes and stuff. It was so weird because originally it was just the story was He-Man was a barbarian in a barbarian tribe, and the sorceress shows up and gives him in this cave, gives him basically the chest harness, the axe, these magical items or whatever to help him protect his village, and then it got rewritten by DC. They went to DC and Mattel did and said, here's some story elements of it, but we want you to kind of help us fix the story of it. So they introduce like the Prince Adam thing, but they don't introduce it like the way the Filmation cartoon did. They just there's a Prince Adam, and there were some other elements to his transformation. I'm trying to remember it all. It gets kind of convoluted. What's DC and what's the cartoon?
Who was writing it?
I could not tell you, but I know that there was the 3-issue miniseries they did with DC, and they were trying to incorporate some elements and help them flesh out what He-Man is. But then right around that time, pretty soon right around that time, they did the Filmation cartoon, and those elements stuck. Whatever they wrote on, it became more popular and it fit into the lexicon of everything. So you have all these kind of contradictions. And then in the mini comics that would come with the toys, they started to rewrite that whole caveman thing and actually incorporate the cartoon elements because it was popular. So they had a lot of contradictory stuff that made no sense if you tried to follow it linearly. But the stuff with Prince Adam changing into He-Man and stuff that stuck, and that's how we've come to know him today.
I don't remember the Dolph Lundgren movie, but did he change into Prince Adam?
Nope. Yeah, dude. Oh, I so hated the was it the toys that made us, or either was another documentary, and they interviewed people like William Stout, the costume designer, and he was so annoying. He was like, Mattel was saying, "Hey, this is okay and everything, but he's really got to look like He-Man," and then William Stout was going, "No, he really doesn't. You got to look like this." And he's like, "No, you don't really have to." And I was like, "Yes, you do," or else he could be Daffy Duck, and you call him He-Man. If you change so much that's different, that's why. Oh, even when I was a kid renting the video cassettes, I wanted to see it, and I was like, this is cool. And I was so let down that he didn't look anything really like the figures and stuff. And then and I clearly Dolph had the physique for it. It's clear that he looked great as He-Man for that movie. It's just that it didn't look like the character. Tila didn't look like the character. Man at Arms, what was so frustrating about that is the Man at Arms, if you go look at the costume and the costume details, if they had just bothered to change his bodysuit from smoky blue to green and then change his armor to copper, it would have been dead on. And it's like, what? Like, there's so many of these little changes, and it was great because some of the sculptors of the toys in the more modern era said pretty much the same things in those documentaries that I would have said. And I was like, all right, there's somebody that understands the way I feel. I'm not being a complete jerk here. What are you drawing right now? Oh, yeah, you're doing Nightcrawler.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Cool pose.
Got knees way out front though.
Oh, yeah. I got the extreme foreshortening.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Wait on that. I'm trying to avoid the figures because it'll make sure my eyes are getting a little blurry as I'm going
Oh,
around.
yeah?
Yeah, I'm
Getting a little worn out.
yeah, a little eye strain probably, something like that.
Time is it? 9:29. Oh, probably ought to get going.
Oh yeah. What time's your movie? 9:50.
20 minutes, yeah.
Oh, okay. How long do you live from a movie theater?
8 minutes.
Oh, okay, cool.
So probably best get to skedaddling.
Oh, okay.
Because I got to make sure Isaac's ready to go too. All right, everybody. Thanks for hanging out. Kevin, thanks for hanging out. Thanks,
Hey, thank you. Thank you to everybody for.
Nightcrawler face.
Yeah.
Yeah, Christopher Reeve is taller than Alan Richardson. Oh, that's funny.
The Rock's about the same height as Alan Richardson.
I'm going to go see A Working Man, Bruno. A Working Man, and I suggest you do too.
Yeah,
All right,
Chuck
thanks for being here. Kevin, thank you so much. We'll
Hey,
see
thank you,
y'all
buddy.
on the next Drawn and Quartered.
See you guys.